Hello all, welcome to Python tutorial video series. This is the first video of Python tutorial series. I am going to explain Python using the w3schools.com, and then we will walk you through the concepts mentioned in the w3schools.com in easy way to learn the program. Okay, so now let us start Python tutorial. Python is a popular programming language and can be used on server to create web applications, server side programming, so let us start learning. So Python introduction. It is used for, as I mentioned, it is a popular programming language and was released in 1991, and it is used for web development, software development, mathematics, system scripting, etc. What can Python do? It can be used on a server to create web applications. Can be used alongside server software to create workflows. It can be used to connect to the database. It can be read and modify files. Python can be used to handle big data and perform complex mathematics. It can be used for rapid prototyping or production-ready software development. Why Python? It works on different platforms. It is similar to English language. Python has syntax that allows developers to write programs with fewer lines than some other programming languages. It runs on an interpreter system, means that code can be executed as soon as it is written. This means that prototyping can be very quick. Python can be treated in a procedural way, an object-oriented way, or a functional way. So Python syntax compared to other programming language, Python was designed for readability and has some similarities to the English language and influences from mathematics. Okay, so this one. So example is like this. Okay, so if you want to try it, let us actually see hello world. Welcome to my tutorial. Okay, welcome to my tutorial. So we will execute, we will write the code and we will execute. Okay, as mentioned in so Python getting started. If you already have Linux or Macs, most probably Python is built in. Just verify Python version is not there. Just download it and you can actually run that Python application. We will use W3 Schools Python editor to write Python code and then test, and also we will use Python in server also sometimes in editor, and then we will run in that server for sample execution. So what is the syntax of Python code? As we learned in the previous chapters, you can write directly in the command line. Okay, then immediately Python code will be executed. Okay, so you see here in the command prompt, if you write, immediately Python code is interpreted and you will get the result. Okay, so indentation is very important in Python. Okay. Uh, Indentation refers to the spaces at the beginning of a code line, whereas other programming like indentation is code is for readability only. But in Python, it is very important. If you see here, so if 5 greater than 2, then you are printing. So it should be after the tab of the first statement. If you keep that both in the same line, Python will give error. You see, this is printed properly. Okay, but if you keep the print statement immediately after that one, then this is not a right indentation. So indentation is very important, and a block should be properly indented. Okay, so that's how it is. Now let us test this one. You see, this is properly indented. This is fine. This also. It should not be in the same line. For example, if you keep it here, then run, then it is not indented properly. But you keep it a space also is fine, but indentation is very important. It should be in that block. That will become a block for it. Okay. And then, for example, set of lines should be of same indentation. It should be in the same indentation. It should not be in a different place. If these two of this block, these two should be on the same indentation. You see here? Okay. You can have another if statement here. If 2 less than 5, 6, then you need to give indent again. Print 2 is less than 6. Okay. So indentation should be proper here. If you keep it here again like this, then it will be a problem. The interpreter will give or throw an error. So you have to be careful and properly indent it. Indentation should be in a blocks. Okay. So it should be indented properly. So in Python, variables are created when you assign a value to it. You don't have to declare it specifically. Okay. In this example, integer x is equal to 5 and y is equal to hello world. So now this is an integer and this is a string and it accepts. Okay. Comments. So you can use comments with the hash symbol. Okay. And indentation you have to carefully add it. So let us talk about comments. So comments can be used to explain Python code more readable, and if you want to stop executing a couple of statements, you can comment it. This is the comment, right? What you have seen. You can add it at the beginning, right? At the beginning, or at the end of line, or at the end of line also, end of the statement. Okay. So multiple comments you can add each word, but there is other way to add multiple comments also. We will explain that. You see here, each line we have kept hash mark, and that is a multiple comment. But if you want to add multiple line comments, then you need to use 3 double quotes and end with 3 double quotes. So this entire line will be in a This entire line will be in comments. Entire 3 lines are in comments. Okay, understand and remember how to use this. Okay, so then let us, if you want to test, then hash mark is the, this is correct, right? So like that you need to work out on the comment. Okay, so that is all about introduction and getting started and syntax and comments. We are going to stop this session now, and we are going to continue with the variables and the data types in subsequent videos. If you like this, please like, share, comment and subscribe. Thank you. Welcome back to my Python video tutorial. In this video tutorial, we are going to learn Python variables, how to declare variable and how to use the variable, and how to assign a value to variables, how to declare global variables, and how to output variables. So let us start. Variables are containers for storing a data value. Like it will have a name and then as a container, and it will have some data which can be used in subsequent program. For example, x is equal to 5, y is equal to John, and now we are printing x and y. So x is an integer and y is a string. We are not going to explicitly declare an integer or a string as a variable, unlike in C language, C++ or Java language. So we just need to declare a variable and then we can directly use in our program x and y, and you are able to see the values. Okay, so they do not need to be declared with a particular type and can even change type after they have been set. That is the beauty of this Python program. X is of type int, and now we changed the value. Now x is a string. Okay, so it won't give a problem. It will not say that, boss, this is an integer value and you have allocated a string. It will not give error. If you want, you can check. You see, I initially added 4 as integer, now I change it to Sally, which is a string, and now it has printed the value, right? It is more flexible, but you need to be careful while you are applying. So the same 3 can act as a string, can act as an integer, can act as a float. You see, we changed the data type, which is called typecasting, and x is a string, y is an integer, and z is a float, and you see the values displayed in the respective data types. Get the type of x. Now if you see here, class, integer, class, right? For example, if you add x, okay, first we have declared that as integer and run. First it is the same variable, it is integer, then it is changed to string. It is surprising, right? So be careful while you are doing in the programming. Okay, single or double quote. Single variables, string variables can be declared either by using single or double quotes. So both are strings only. Okay? So it is a case sensitive, right? That means small a and capital A. Both are different. They are not same. You don't confuse yourself and uh, use the interchange of small a and capital A. So you have to understand how to declare a variable name. Any programming language will have a notation or the grammar what to represent as a variable name. So variable name must start with the letter or an underscore, that is fine, and it cannot have a number. It should not start with the number, but it can have a number. A variable name can only contain alphanumeric characters and underscores A to Z, 0 to 9 and underscore, but there are no special characters. Variable names and case sensitives, they are all case sensitive. That means capital and small, they are different, they are separate, and it should not have any Python keywords. There are reserved keywords available. You can just walk through it and you will find set of keywords are there which should not be used as a variable names. So with examples you can see these are all underscore can be used at the beginning, underscore, small, capital, various forms. Why this is wrong? These three, because 2 is used which is not valid variable, and hyphen is used which is not a valid variable name, and space is used which is not a valid variable name. Okay. Multiple words variable names. If you want to use it, multiple words, there are 3 types of notations you can use. Camel case, that means it starts with a small letter, but each word will have a start with a capital letter. This is the notation, variable name. And Pascal, all the words should start with capital. And snake is, all the words should be small and underscore. You can have a capital also, but it should, each word is separated with the underscore. Okay, so how do we assign multiple values? We can, this is valid, this is allowed. X comma y comma z equal to, all are strings, right? You can assign one line. Similarly, one value to multiple. So here we are assigning x is equal to y is equal to z, orange. All are with orange only. We are printing x, y, z and all are orange. Okay, you can assign multiple. So from the list you can assign to individual variables and then print it here. So list and all we will describe in subsequent videos. You can easily assign multiple. Then output. Output we have already seen, print of that variable name. We use the print to print that particular variable name, right? Print of x. X is a variable. Then you can also print multiple variables, x, y, z. X, y, z, right? You can also print with the multiple variables. And then you can print plus operator to add multiple strings. Okay, so we can discuss more about plus during our string programming. Okay, then we can also use arithmetic operations in here. What is the issue here? 5 plus John. No, this is wrong, right? This is wrong. Okay, 5 is an integer and you cannot combine x plus y. But how can you merge this? See, if you want to type, then str of, will it work? Try. We are converting that into string and then merging. So this is integer, so it will not work, right? It will not work. Okay. So global variables. Let us talk about global. So when you declare a variable outside of a function, so you can consider that as a global variable. Outside of a function is known as a global variable. So global variable can be used inside the function and as well as outside. So here x is a global variable and then which is in the function. In function declaration we can discuss, but this is the standard defined in my function colon and indentation with the print statement with the x. Plus is a additional operator for the concatenation operator for the string, right? So we have declared a function and then we are calling that function here. So let us use it here. X is a global and the defined main function is the function and then we are calling my function. My function is now calling this and Python is awesome, right? That is the display value, print value. So x is a, then which one it will take? We can create same name, but which one it will take? Tell me. Function is x, Python is, will it display fantastic or awesome? Here, so local will be preferred first and then global, right? If you have declared local, then it will take, and then here it is a global variable, so awesome. Python is awesome. Here, since it is a local variable, it is Python is local variable, so Python is awesome. Global keyword. So normally when you create a variable inside a function, that variable is local, but it can only be used inside that function. To create a global variable, you can use that, you can make it as a global keyword. Okay, you see here. Then when you declare this as a global, this has become a global. Now you have set that value and then you can use outside of. This is valid. You see? And of course you can change. So variable exercises, test yourself, this we have already done it. Name, what they are asking is, oh wow, we are declaring a string variable, right? Okay, so that is all about variables. Thank you for watching my video. Hope you are able to follow my way of explanation, and if you like it, I am going to continue with the video series, and keep watching and subscribe to my channel for more updates. I will keep on explaining with the simple programs to the complex programs to the large programs in my videos on various programming languages. And explain in detail. So keep watching, do like, share, subscribe and comment my channel. This is Python data types in the series of Python programming tutorial, and in this video I am going to explain you about built-in data types used in Python programming. In Python, data type is an important concept. Variables can be stored data of different data types, and different data types can do different things. So Python has this data. str is used for text type, int, float and complex for numeric types, list, tuple, range for sequence types, and dictionary, dict for mapping type, and set and frozen set for set types, bool for boolean types, binary trees, binary types, bytes, byte array and memory view for byte, and none type. You don't want to declare any tab data type you can declare as a none type. Now getting the data type. If you want to know what is the data type, right? For example, X, if you keep it in double quote A, okay, it will display a str. Let us keep it as a 3.14. It is a float, right? So like that we can identify what is the data type. Let us make it false. Okay, so setting the data type, it is integer, hello world is a string, x is equal 20 is integer, x is equal 25 is a float, x is equal to 1j is a complex. In list, list x and with bracket and then values is called list, and tuple means a record. A record contains, it is there in bracket, this bracket, right? And then it is a tuple. Range is a range, that means it will have a range value. Again dictionary, that means name value pair, it is in a flower brackets, name value pairs. And then set, we will talk about set, and which is there in a flower brackets is a set, and a set of operations you can do, unions, all those things in this. Frozen set, again, which is there in a flower bracket inside the parenthesis, and true, x is equal to true, right? Boolean, we were actually checking why it did not work. Okay, x is equal to for true, false. Okay, so last time we had some issue, right? It should be capital. Okay, and bytes, it starts with B, then it is a byte array, memory view, and a none type. So we can actually specifically mention the type also, as we have seen, right? List, tuple. Okay, specific data type we can actually mention the data types we have mentioned in for example, let us see str. Okay, the class is str, right? And then if you see, this is integer, type is integer, and then this is float, because we have entered a value of float, and this is complex. So like that, it will identify the data types based on the data type we used here. Okay, you can directly enter values also here, like this. For example, if you see here, you see we have directly entered, but automatically the data type is taken as dictionary and then displayed, so it knows that you are using the dictionary. Okay, so that is all. Go to this w3schools.com and practice all of them. It is easy to learn, but whenever you are going in future topics, right, we will explain about list, tuples, sets, dictionary, etc. in detail with examples. Thank you for watching my video tutorial, and if you like it, keep continuing to watch my videos. I will keep on posting various videos starting from beginner, intermediate, advanced, including data structures, including advanced programs, and I will explain with examples also in later videos. Keep watching and like, share, subscribe, and comment. Thank you. Python numbers. I am going to explain about how to use numbers in Python. So there are three numeric types in Python. One is integer, float, and complex. So based on the type, if you add a numeric value, it will be integer. Float means if it has a decimal, it will be float. Complex, it has the complex number. Okay, so let us actually check this example. Okay, so you see this one, integer, float, complex. We are able to get the data types. Okay, so let us start with integer. Integer is a whole number, either it is positive or negative, without decimals, of unlimited length. But you have to be careful when you are using unlimited length. There is a limit of each type based on the size, right? So float number, floating point number is a numeric number, is a number positive or negative containing one or more decimals, right? If you see here, 1.10 is a float, 10 minus 35, it is a signed number which is negative, that means minus 35.59. So let us test it. All three are float numbers. Okay, and E indicates to the power of 10, 35 into 10 to the power of 3, e to the power of 10. E can be capital or small, but it is to the power of 10. Okay, so you have to be careful using these numbers because it is large in value. Complex numbers are written with j as the imaginary part, right? 3 plus 5j, 5j minus 5j. These are all the complex numbers. So basically this complex we rarely use. This primarily used by mathematicians, but in any case, if you use it, a plus bj in that form, right? A and b are the values and integer values, and a can be 0, but okay, b can also, but it is a null value. Okay, so that is the thing on the complex. So type conversion, you can use it. Type conversions from float, integer to float. This is integer and we have converted that into float. This is the float, then this is converted into integer. That means it is rounded. 2.8 is rounded, you see here. And complex of 1 is converted into 1 plus 0j, right? Okay, so you can convert from one form to the other, but when you are converting, ensure that data is not lost, otherwise it will be lost. So there is one more function called random. If you use random and you give the random range, okay, then it will give in that range. The value of random will come in that range. If you give only 3, for example, range 1, 2, 3, then the values will be between 1 and 3 only. It will not cross. Okay, so it will be a useful function in your programming. Okay, so understand and use it according to your requirements. That is all about numbers. Thanks for watching my video. If you like it, like, share, subscribe and comment, and in future videos I am going to explain in detail through the w3schools.com on the Python programming. Keep watching. Thank you. Thank you for watching my videos. This is another video on Python programming language, and in this video we are going to talk about Python strings and how are we going to use strings in Python programming language. So string is in Python are surrounded by either single quote or double quote, like this as it is shown here. You can display the string with the print function. You see here, you can print with the double quote or single quote. In both cases it will print. It will output the string on the video. So you can use quotes inside string as long as they don't match the quotes surrounding the string. Here double quotes, you can use a single quote. A single quote, it is alright. Here is called Johnny. It is called double quote. You see in quotes. So there is no problem. But in C language you have to use that as a special character. Backslash, it should be followed by backslash. Otherwise that will not work. So that difference, hope you understand. Okay. Assigning string to a variable, we have already seen it directly with the string value, and multiple strings. Then similar to the comment, right? Triple quote, the entire string is allocated to the variable A. Okay, entire string, the entire 4-line string is allocated to variable A. You see here, entire thing is allocated to variable A. Should not be a problem. Okay, this will be executed. Or it can be single quotes also, 3 single quotes. That also works for adding a large string. So you can access the elements of that particular string with the indexes also starting from 0. Okay, so the string's position starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means 0 is H, E means L. So let us get the value or element of at the A of 1. A of 2 is L. Okay, so like that you can actually access the elements of the string. So you can also use loop through the letters. Okay, X in banana, then you are printing, then each one BANNA. You can loop through the string. String is a set of characters, right? So it will loop through it, and then it will you can work on it. Then you can use the function length to identify the length of the string. And you also need to understand that the index starts from 0, and that means string length is 10. The index values you can get from 0 till 9. So you can also check, in free in text, right? You can actually see whether it will be true or false. Okay, so that way you can also verify. So we can actually see that more details when you are doing more programming. But you can, if free in text, then print yes, free is present. You see, free is present. Okay. Not in. So earlier we used in, now not in. Not in also you can utilize. to check the string is present. Okay. Now slicing of strings. How do we slicing of string means you want a special part of it, right? You can, as we mentioned, we have seen the indexing, right? So slicing means yeah, we want to print, okay, starting from 2 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. LLO, right? See, 2 to 5. Okay. You can actually copy those into a separate variable also, separate string also. Slice from the start. So if you give it blank, then that is from the beginning with the 5 characters, end of 5 characters. That means if you begin with this 2 and end with the blanco, that means it will be till end. Okay, you can slice that. So use negative index to start the slicing from the end of the string, right? Starting from end of the string. Okay, you see here, from end of the string, what are their W O R L. Okay, from end of the string, from minus to, these are the words. So but not included in the world, position -2. Okay, so you can modify the string to uppercase with the a dot upper, lowercase to the, these are the result functions. Okay, and defined functions. You can use string functions. So you can use a dot lower to print the lowercase word, a dot upper, all are lowercase. Okay, so if you want to remove the white spaces, strip. You see, left and right, white spaces are removed. Replace some word with some letter with another letter. Split, you can split the strings based on comma and returns hello and world. So there are many methods. You can use these string references to understand. So concatenation is like adding two words, two strings. So you can use the plus operator. Here A is hello and B is world. So A plus B is hello world. There is no space, so it will print hello world without any space and any gap. Here, okay. And then to add a space, we have to add as a separate string. Okay. So then only a space will be added. Then we have to format. See, this one is the integer. You cannot, add a string with the integer. You have to convert that into string. Then only that will work. Okay. So that means you can format like this. You see, it is a format and then we can actually add our variable in lower brackets. So its corresponding value will be replaced and will display. Okay, this is how you can do it. So placeholder can contain variables, operations, functions and modifiers to format the value. Okay, you see, price is a placeholder. escape characters. So this is wrong. Okay, so we have to use it a proper way, right? Earlier we have seen it. You see, print text. If you keep it double quote, then that will be a problem. Thus, both will not work together. So, what we need to do is we have to escape it. If you are familiar with C language, then you can easily correlate. Okay. So single quote, backslash, new line, here is written, tab, backspace, form feed, octal value, hexagonal value. So try it. Easy to. String methods. What are we have seen is lower, is upper, right? So there are, lower, upper, there are many methods are there. You can utilize them to replace, split, strip, title. There are many functions are there. Go through each and every function and then you can utilize these functions in your program. Okay, so that is all about strings. Thanks for watching my videos. If you like it, like this video and share, subscribe and comment, and then wait for my upcoming videos for next chapter. Welcome back. Thank you for joining this video tutorial, Python programming language, and in this video we are going to talk about Python booleans, Python bool value. This is also available in other programming language as a bool parameter and a bool data type. Here also a boolean variable which is assigned with true or false or a conditional result will return either true or false. So let us understand what is the boolean. Boolean represents one of the two values, either true or false. And boolean values in programming, you often need to know if the expression is true or false. You can evaluate an expression in Python and get one of the two answers, either true or false. When we compare two values, the expression is evaluated and Python returns the boolean answer. So let us check this one. So 10 greater than 9, that means that is true. 10 equal to 9, that is false. 10 less than 9, that is also false. So we will get the result, okay, with the condition. And when you run a condition in an if statement, Python returns true or false. Print a message based on whether the condition is true or false. A equal to 200, B equal to 33. If B greater than A, it is a condition. This is a true or false, right? That means B greater than A. Otherwise, B is not greater than A. Let us test this one. So this is the condition. So B greater than A returns what? Let us print. Okay, and then in else, let us print B B less than or equal to A, right? You see, B greater than A, it is true. That is why This condition is true, so it has entered here, and true is printed, and b greater than a is printed. Okay, so that is how it is. So you can also use the function bool, whether it is true or false. Evaluate string and a number. Let us see what is the result here. This is always true, right? Bool of 0, false. Bool of 1 is true. Bool of 2, that is true. Okay. So bool of x, we have already seen this bool of x and bool of y, right? Both will print true. Most values are true. Almost any value related to true if it has some sort of content. If it is empty string, then it is false. You see here. And if you make it 0, both are false. Okay. So any list tuple set in dictionary are true except empty ones. If it is empty, then it is false, otherwise it is true. Okay. So this will be true, this will be true, and this is not empty, this will all be true. If it is empty, then only. So this is false, empty, 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 all are false. You see? All are false. So understand this difference. Okay. A function can return true or false, boolean. You can execute code based on the boolean answer of a function. Okay. See here function is returning. So my function based on true or false, the corresponding, it will go to the corresponding block. Okay. So is instance of int, it will print true or false. Is instance x comma int. So for example 200.1, then false, because it is not instance of int, but it is instance of okay. So that is all about Boolean functions. So you go through the video multiple times to understand, or go to w3schools.com or tutorials point and then understand how to use Boolean in your programs. If you like this video, subscribe, like, comment, and we are going to talk about operators today. Welcome to my channel. Thanks for visiting my channel, and thanks for watching this video. In this video I am going to talk about Python operators. Operators is a very important topic in Python and in your programming world. So go through this chapter and repeatedly understand and then repeatedly go through this particular chapter till you are familiar with these operators. Operators are used to perform operations on variables and values. For example, 10 plus 5 is 15. So here plus is an operator which is an additional operator, which is part of arithmetic operator. Okay, so if we divide these operators into subcategories, there are arithmetic operators, assignment operator, comparison operator, logical operators, identity operators, membership operators, and bitwise operators. So let us go and test each and every one, right? So plus addition, this is addition. So that means x is 5, y is 3, x plus 5 is 8. That is a plus operator. Then x is equal to 5, x minus 5, 2. If you are already familiar with operators, you can skip this video because it is very basic and it is for the beginners or who have not understood the operators. 5 into 3, 15, x star y, 15. Slash is division. 4. 12 by 3 is 4. Modulus is a remainder. 1 will be remainder, right? And then exponential, 2 to the power of 2 is 4. So 2 to the power of 5, right, is 32. Similarly, 4 division. So basically it is 7.5, but it is a floor rounds the result down to the nearest whole number, so that is why it is 7. So if you are using a mathematical functions or mathematical equations in your program, these are very much useful. Now assignment operators, assignment operator is equal to, that means it will assign, but there are other assignment operators. Plus equal to makes it equivalent to x plus 3 equal to 3, that is equivalent to x plus 3. I will give you only one example. X plus 3 equal to 3, that means it is adding 5 with 3, that is 8. Okay, so like that you will have minus equal to, that means x minus 3, star equal to, slash, all the operators. Okay, floor division also. Then exponential. Then this is bitwise ampersand, bitwise end, bitwise or. Okay, you see. Okay, left shift, right shift. So it is assignment as well as print, colon equal to, right? It is assignment and print. So you don't have to write two statements. Then Python comparison operators. You see in the comparison, A equal to B, like that, right? See, equal to is a equal, X double equal to means the values are compared. Not equal to, values are compared here. You see 5 and 3, print X equal to, so it will print either true or false. Then less than, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. These are comparison operators. Logical operators. These are comparison, these are logical. And, or, and not. And means what? True and true only, the entire condition will be true. Any of them is false, the entire condition is false. In or, true will be true, true false will be true, false true will be true, false will be true. Either condition is true, then it is true. Returns true if one of the statement is true. If not any of this condition true, not of that, right, is false. Okay, so identity. That means both variables are of the same object. X is Y. You can actually, it is object comparison. Same object. Object is different and type is different, right? Both variables are not of the same object. Python membership. That means X in Y. In means range, specified range. Okay, for example, let us take apple and banana. Banana in X. You see, in X. X is a apple and banana. That means it is true. Bitwise operators, we rarely use it, but if you are interested, it is AND operator. It is a bit it will act. Okay, so 1 and 1 is 1, 1 and 0 is 0, 0 and 1 is 0, 0 and 0 are zeros. That means 1 and 1 only is 1, true. Similarly, exclusive OR, this is exclusive OR, and this is OR, and this is not of X, and then left shift and right shift. So we are not going deep into this, but if required, give a comment, then we will have a separate session on bitwise operators. Operator precedence is very important topic which you need to understand. Parenthesis has the highest precedence. Okay, this is the highest precedence, but inside that there are parentheses. So first 6 plus 3 will be executed, and again 6 plus 3 executed, and then 9 minus 9 will be executed. So like that, and followed by multiplication. As multiplication has higher precedence over addition. So if you want to see the order of the parenthesis, order of the precedence, parenthesis is the highest precedence, then exponential, then plus x, minus x, not unary plus, unary minus, bitwise, and then multiplication, division, for division, modulus, plus minus, then bitwise, then bitwise, then bitwise operands, and then comparisons. At the end, not and or logical operations. So when you are writing this program, you need to understand these precedences, otherwise the result of your expression or logic will fail. You have to see the importance of this order of precedency when you are writing your program. Okay, understand, go through it, do a lot of exercises, and then familiarize with these operators. Okay, thank you for watching my video. If you have any doubt or any topic to be covered, comment in your comment section. I will come back with the separate video. Thanks for watching, and if you like this video, like, comment, share and subscribe. Thank you. Welcome back to my channel. Thanks for watching my Python video series. This is one of the Python programming language beginners tutorial series, and in this video we are going to talk about lists. Okay, so this is one of the important and widely used data type in Python. So watch it carefully and go through these W3 schools and tutorial points, trainings multiple times so that you will understand it very well. Okay, so lists are used to store multiple items in a single variable. So this is item 1, item 2, item 3, or you can say value 1, value 2, value 3. This is the list. Okay, multiple items. Lists are on one of the 4 built-in data types in Python, used to store collection of data. The other 3 are tuple, set and dictionary. Okay, so we'll talk about them later, but let us focus on our topic, that is lists. So as we mentioned, right, multiple items. Let us try this. So we have printed. We can also this list of 0, this list of 1, this list of 2. Will it work? Now we have to print, right? We could copy paste it, but it will be same time. We see apple, banana, cherry. Okay, I think we will see that. Okay, list items. So list items are indexed. The first item has the index of 0, second item 1, like that. When we say the lists are ordered, it means that the items have a different order and that will not change. So these are changeable. I mean, values can be changed. We can add, remove, okay, after it is created, and it will allow duplicate values inside the list. It doesn't bother, okay, because apple here apple here is different, 0, 1, 2, 3. The values are stored in different places. Length will give number of items in the list, 3 items. List items, okay, so it can be any data type. Okay, it can contain different data types also. It need not be a same data type. Okay, string, the first one is a string, second is integer, third one is a boolean, right? Similarly here, in the same also we can have string, integer, boolean. It doesn't matter. Okay, so you can declare with the different. So from the type perspective, if you ask type of list, it will display the list. Print type of my list, it display the list. Okay. But if you ask type of, okay, if you ask type of 0, first type of 0, string, right? Each item will be different type, but entire list is different. Okay, so it is possible to use the list as a constructor. Okay, list, and then you see list. Here we are not using, you have to be careful, we are not using the parenthesis double round brackets. You see here we are using this parenthesis, right? Double brackets, curved brackets. Okay, so there are 4 collection data types in Python programming, as we have seen: list, tuple, set, and dictionary. List is a collection which is ordered and changeable, allows to duplicate numbers. Okay, tuple is a collection which is ordered and unchangeable. You cannot change. And set is a collection which is unordered, unchangeable, and unindexed, no duplicate numbers. Dictionary is a collection which is ordered and changeable, no duplicate numbers. If you see set and dictionary, they don't allow duplicate numbers, but tuple and list and tuple will allow duplicate numbers. Tuple also allows duplicate numbers, but tuple cannot be changed. List can be changed. Okay. So let us actually go through each and every one. How do we access the list items? We have seen that. How do we access? We do the list item. Negative index refers to the last item. Minus refers to the second to last, like that. Okay, if you see here, negative one is last one. So from the last one, minus 2, minus 3, like that. Positive means starting from the left to right. Minus means right to left. Range of indexes. So you can also print list with the range 2 to 5. Let us print this. Range 2, 0, 1, 2. Right? 2, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 to 5. 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So this will return the items from position 2 to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From, that means excluding the position 2. So remember that the first item is 0, and note that the item in position 5 is not included. Okay, 2 to 5. Okay, fifth one is not included. You have to remember that. It is very confusing and important. And start value, if you remove the start value, that means it is starting from the beginning. You see, starting, if you remove this, it means that it is starting from the beginning. Similarly, if you remove at the end, then starting from the item number 2, that is cherry onwards till mango, it will print. You see? Okay. And also, if you give minus 1 means from the end, minus 4. What is minus 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Orange. Minus 4 till minus 1 excluding apple. Right? We have seen that earlier also. So we can use that apple in the range. Apple in, we have seen that in right conditions. So if apple is present in this list, then we are able to print. Okay. So that is about accessing. Change the list items. As we discussed, we can change that. So we can change middle and then we can print. Okay, you see, we have changed it and then we have printed. We can change the item in the list. Similarly, we can change the range. This list 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2 with this. That means starting from 1 and 2, excluding 3, these two are changed. Change the second value. You see here, what is that? Apple, banana, cherry. Then we want to change it, and then watermelon and cherry. Okay. So you have to be careful, otherwise this will give a lot of confusion. Change the second and third value by replacing it with one value. Only one. 1, 2, 3 with only one. Okay. So we can insert as the third element. You see, 1, 2, 3. It will become watermelon after banana. You see, watermelon after banana. Okay, we can also insert. So add list items. You can append. You can use append. That means it will add at the end. Orange will be added at the end. You can use this append in the list item. Then you can insert, right, orange in between. Orange at that particular place. Then it will be shifted. Okay. You can insert in a particular place. Extend. That means this list is extended with tropical. That means both are merged. Both are merged. You see, both are merged. Add elements of tuple to the list. Tuple to the list also we can add. Extend with the tuple also, it will become as a list item. Of course, when you are doing it, we can verify. So this tuple as a kiwi and orange, that is added at the end. So we can use that as an extend. So we can remove specified item. Okay, we can remove banana. We can remove with the index also. Remove the first occurrence of banana. Remove specified index. You see, pop of 1. So that means 0, 1. That means banana will be removed. See, you can remove pop of 1. So just familiarize with these functions. You will understand this. Pop. Remove the last item. Pop only removes the last item. Delete keyword removes the specified index. Delete of 0 will remove apple. Okay. Del keyword. Clear the list. If you clear the list, it will become empty. Okay. Then let us actually understand how do we loop in the list. So X is a variable. X in this list print X. So that means it will iterate to the each element in the each item in the list. So it will print X in the list. So you can write function for X in the list, kind of a range loop through the index numbers, or you can also index through the length for I in range, and then you can print off I. So that is also possible. Using while I less than len print I plus 1. Looping using list comprehension. So this is the list comprehension. Print X for X in the list. You see, this is the tricky thing. Print of X for X in the list. That means for each X in the list we are printing in one statement. We don't have to write multiple statements. List comprehension we have already discussed. For X in fruits, if A in X, new list of appendix. You see, this is the, you can write in one statement. X in X, for X in fruits, if A in X. Instead of writing the entire thing, we have changed this into a single line. That is called list comprehension. New list expression for item in iteratable if condition true. Okay, so just remember this. You will be able to make it. You can also have a if statement, expressions also. Practice it. Sorting a list. You can use the sort list, which will actually sort according to the order. B, K, M, O, pineapple. Okay. These are reserved functions, so you can use them. Sort. It can be integer, in ascending, reverse. If reverse is true, then it is a descending. Sort reverse is equal to true, that is a descending. Okay, so you can sort case insensitive also. Reverse, you can reverse this, print reverse, right? It will print in a reverse order. Cherry. So these are all useful in your programming language. So copy the list. Then this is dot copy. So it entire all the items are copied into my list. Both are of the same copy. Make a copy, you can use it is in the list also. Join to list. You can use the operator plus to add two lists. Append. You can use append. Extend to join the list. So let us see what are the methods. We have seen many methods. So append is there to add element at the end of the list. To clear the list, returns the copy. Count, returns the number of elements. Extend, we can extend to list. Index, returns the index of the first element with the specified value. Insert, adds the element at the specified position. Pop, removes the element at the specified position. Remove the item with the specified value. Reverse, sort, sorts also sorts. So that is all about list functions. Thank you for watching my videos and tutorials. If you like it, comment and like, share and subscribe. If you want more explanation with more detailed explanation, give your feedback so that I can spend more time and explain the detailed explanation in a separate videos. Okay, thank you for watching. Visit in your. Hello all, welcome back to my video. This is the video in Python programming for beginners series, and in this video we are going to talk about tuples. And in the tuples, right, it is a record. Okay, it contains a set of multiple items in a single variable, which we can also call it as a row which contains multiple items. So tuple is one of the 4 built-in data types in Python. Others are list, set and dictionary. You can watch my other videos about the operators and how to declare and use them. So let us actually focus on tuple. So tuple is a collection which is ordered and unchangeable. Tuples are written with rounded brackets. Lists are with the square brackets, right? Here tuples are with the rounded brackets. Okay, this tuple, if you see, if you make it parenthesis and type of this, what it will display? This is list. Then if you change it to brackets and this is tuple. Okay, so that is the difference. Okay, these rounded brackets are very important to distinguish between a tuple and a list. List you can change, but in tuple you cannot change. So tuple items are ordered, unchangeable and allow duplicate values. Okay, tuple items are indexed. First item has 0 and like that 0, 1, 2, 3. And these are ordered. We say that tuples are ordered, it means that the items have the defined order and that order will not change. 0, 1, 2, 3. That order is unchangeable. So we cannot add, remove items after the tuple has been created. Okay. We cannot change, add or remove items after. Why it is like this? But it allows duplicates. So once it is declared, we cannot change this. Let us see whether we can change it. This tuple of 1 equal to change. Can we? Tuple cannot be changed. Tuple object does not support item assignment. Okay, you cannot change. Tuple length. Length function will create tuple with one item. Tuple items with the data types. It can have multiple data types also, no problem. Type of tuple you can get it, but tuple constructor you can use to create. So we have seen, but once created you cannot change. Okay, that is what we have already seen this. So if you want, you can access tuple. We have already seen this, right? With the access of 1, you can use this tuple and the value is printed. Okay, and then navigating last this tuple minus 1 range of indexes, that means 2 print this tuple 2 to 5. Okay, so that means starting from 2 excluding 5th one, it will display. Okay, the not included, you see 5 is not included. So if you do not want to give the begin value, it starts with begin and end with the 4th item excluding 4. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then if you don't give the last value, it considers end. And negative we already discussed. This is from minus 4th item till minus 1. That means excluding the first one. You see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 excluding minus 1. Means orange, cherry, banana. Orange, kiwi, melon. Excluding minus 1. That means mango. Check if item exists. Then apple in. Same thing as we have seen in list. In can be used to check in this tuple. Tuples are unchangeable, meaning that you cannot change, add or remove. So once tuple is created, you can change the value. Tuples are unchangeable, immutable, as it is also called. But there is a workaround. You can convert the tuple into a list, change that, and convert back. That is not a desirable. Let us not, convert the tuple into list, add it, and convert back. That is not the right way of doing, but you can do a workaround. Convert that into list, then convert it back. Unpack tuples. Fruits. When you create a tuple, we normally assign values to it. Packing a tuple. This is called packing. That means unpack means extract values back into variables. So you can assign them into different variables. Okay. So you can unpack and then assign it. Okay. A variable is less than the number of values, you can add it variables, and then values will be assigned to the variables as a list. Red. Loop tuples, then you can use for x in this, then print. Right? If you see this, for x in tuple, each item it will pass through, and then it will. You can also use that index, get the length, and then index. Loop through index. You can also use in while loop. Join two tuples. Plus you can use you can multiply. The same thing is multiplied. Okay. So what are the methods? We have count and we have index. Because there are no other methods like well, it is not changeable. You cannot change it. Okay. So that is all about tuples, and end of this video. If you like it, and if you want more explanation, comment in the comment section. I will come back with more videos. If you like this video, like it and share, subscribe and comment. Thank you. Hello all, welcome back to my channel and to this video. This is the continuation of my Python programming language tutorial, and in this tutorial video we are going to talk about Python sets. I am using W3 School's sets Python tutorial to explain. If you want, you can also use tutorials point or any other, but go through my video and then you can get basic understanding, and you can utilize this as a base to move forward to the next step. Okay, so sets, we have seen list, we have seen tuple. List is start with the brackets, and tuples starts with the parenthesis, curved brackets, and sets are with the flower brackets. So sets are used to store multiple items in a single variable. Okay, similar to that, similar to tuple or list, but this can be changeable. Tuples cannot be changed, right? Set is one of the 4 built-in data types in Python. Okay, we have already discussed this. It is unordered but unchangeable and unindexed. Set is unordered, unchangeable and unindexed. So sets are written with curly brackets, print and this set, right, as we have seen. Let us see this. If it is in curly brackets, let us actually keep it a type of this. Type of this is list, set, right? So these are unordered, unchangeable and do not allow duplicate values. So set doesn't have a duplicate values. It is not unordered. So they do not have any defined order. Set items can appear in a different order every time you use them. So you cannot be referred by index. So they are all unchangeable. Duplicates are not allowed. Okay, like this. Duplicates are not allowed. They don't have order. You see, even if you give, it doesn't matter. And you cannot access them with index. True and 1 is considered the same value. Okay, so that is removed. So you have to be careful while using this sets. False and 0 is considered as same. Get the length of the set. You can use that length function to get the length of the set. That is easy to use. Data types can be same or different, similar to the other data types. You can use the type to get that. You can use the set as a parameter to set the list, sorry, set the sets. Let us actually now access. Can you access? So you can use X as a item, and then you can loop through this. But can you access if banana in the, can you access through the index? No. So once set is created, you cannot change. So let us be careful. Add a set item. Once set is created, you can add. So add an item. You cannot change, but you can add new items. Okay, in the set you can add new items with different one. So you can add 2 items also. Okay, plus you can use, and you can iterate. Okay, and remove. Use the remove on the discard method. So you can remove, but you cannot change it. Discard also you can use it. You want to do it? Okay, let us actually verify. So we discarded, then that is removed, right? Similarly, if you verify, remove, a particular item is removed. You cannot access through the index, just remember that. Clear will clear, delete will delete this entire. This item is not defined because it is deleted. Okay. So you can loop through the sets in a for x or while. It is okay. It will for x. So value first will be assigned to apple will be assigned to x, and then it will print, and then go to the next one banana. Banana will be assigned to x, and then will be displayed like this. So there is no order. Okay. So you cannot index apple, cherry, and banana. Okay. So you can join the sets. You can use union. You can use intersection. You can use difference. So union means it will combine. Okay. It will combine both. It will combine set 1 with the set 2, the set operations. Okay. Join. This is union. Okay. The vertical is also easy union method. Join multiple sets. You can join union set 1, set 2, set 3, set 4. Okay. So you see A, B, C all are joined. Okay. There is no index for it. Join a set and a tuple. How do you do it? You can add the tuple and it will become a set. Z. Update method inserts all items from one set to another. Okay. Intersection means common thing will be taken. It is all set operations, right? Union, intersection, join. Okay. Intersection, update. Difference. What is the difference? Banana is not there. Cherry is not there, right? Only with respect to set 1. Okay. Join. Use to join 2 sets. Minus can be used to join 2 sets. So you need to practice and remember. Okay. So Only them that are not present in both sets. Systematic difference. Set methods, we have seen add, clear, copy, difference, update, discard, intersection, update, is disjoint. So, there are many methods, pop, remove. So you can use based on your requirement. Okay. So that is all about set data type in Python. If you want more explanation, comment in the comment section. Thank you for watching, and if you like it, like the video, like, share and subscribe, and continue to watch my videos, and I will be updating with more and more programming content and more projects in my upcoming videos. Welcome back to my channel. Thank you for coming back and watching my Python programming series. In this video, I am going to discuss about dictionary data type used in Python programming. Dictionaries are used to store data values such as key value pairs. It is a collection which is ordered, changeable, and do not allow duplicates. Okay, it is a dictionary, right? It should not, as you see in a manual dictionary, a duplicate is not allowed, but it is a ordered one and it is a changeable. Okay, we should be able to change the dictionary. Okay, so when you are declaring the dictionary, it has a name value pairs, right? It is a dictionary and which is in a flower brackets and a name value pairs. Okay, and it will display this dictionary, and you can index it with the name key value. Okay, dictionary items, so you can actually index through the key value, right? Key value, so key parameter, right? So it will display what is value of brand is, so it will display Ford. Okay, you can index it through the key values of the two key value pairs. So these should be ordered. That means when we say the dictionary is ordered, it means that the items have a defined order, and that order will not be changed. We do not have the defined order. You cannot refer to an item by using index. So duplicates are not allowed. Okay, in this. Let us see. Duplicate are not allowed, and the first one is replaced with the last one. There is no error displayed, but only the latest one is kept. So this is an important, and it will when you are programming, right, it will prone to a error. So now if you see length, this is removed and length is 3 only. So dictionary items, you can find whether the value is integer or it can have multiple integers, values, strings, and also list. Okay, multiple records are allowed. So you can also check type of colors. You see, this is the colors type and a type of year, which is integer, and a type of electric, which is boolean, and a type of brand, which is string. Okay, so this is how you can use dictionary with the This is what I have actually. This is type is a dictionary, but you can dictionary constructor. You can create the dictionary. And let us actually understand the how do we access. We access through the key name in the, for example, model value. Here we are accessing. This is a string. This is a string value which is accessed. Okay, and then you can also use the get model. You can also use the string of model with the get method and list of all keys in the dictionary. It will display all the keys. You see what are the keys? Brand model here. Okay, you can get list of keys, right? You may want to get all the keys and then print of x before the change, then color equal to white, color equal to white. Okay, so now we added one more. You see, we added one more. Okay, but you cannot change the existing one. Get values, dictionary dot values. So it will only print the values. You see, values. Get keys, values. Then what will happen? This is changed, which is replaced previous one. Color, red is added at the end. Okay, items, all items. Okay, that means name value pairs. It will return name value pairs. So checking if model in so and so, it will, if model is present in key in the dictionary, then it will print it is present. So you can use that to check. Okay, so let us go to the change dictionary items. You can change the value of the specific by referring to this key name. You can change the value. For example, here you can change it. Okay, so then if you display it, it will display the corresponding changed value. Okay, update dictionary, you can update here with the value. So here will be changed. Okay, and you can add item, right? You can add update, you can add item. So that we have already discussed. You can remove the pop, this is not pop of model. So this item key value will be removed from the dictionary, and pop item, last item, it will pop item will remove the last item. Okay, del keyword will remove that particular item also. If you delete the entire dictionary, then you will not have any. Clear will clear the dictionary. Empty, clear means empty. Del means it will not have, then you will have a problem. You need to assign some values to it, a blank. Look through a dictionary. For X in this dictionary you can use it. So each item will be assigned. Okay, for X in this dictionary, it is, you are only printing the key values. So then you are printing here, for each dictionary you are printing the value of that particular key. So for X values, right? For X in the dictionary values, so you are only printing the values, right? For X values, for each values of that dictionary. And then Keys. For each key of the dictionary, we are printing the keys. Brand model. So these are all the functions we are going through it. Items. Both. X and Y. Right? We are printing X and Y. Items are both key and value pairs. So you can use the copy dictionary to copy from one variable to another. You can make it with the dictionary also. Nested dictionaries. That means one can have nested dictionaries also. Right? This is child 1, child 2, child 3. Then it has name value pairs. So this is a little bit complicated, but try to understand it. You know, you can access dictionary of the dictionary, right? So my child 1, child 2 of name, child 2 of name. Child 2 of name is what? Child 2 of name is Tobias. Okay, that will be displayed here. So you have to understand how this nested dictionary will work. Okay. So there are various methods. We have already discussed most of this. So go through it, and then you will understand the operations in the dictionary. Okay. So this is all about dictionary. Thank you for watching this video. If you have any comment, keep it in a comment section. If you like this video, like it, share it, and subscribe for more. Hello all, welcome back to my YouTube channel for my video tutorial. In this I am going to explain about if-else statement usage in Python programming. So let us actually talk about Python conditions and if statements. Python supports the usual logical conditions from mathematics, that is equals, with equals, not equal to, as we have already discussed these operators, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, with the if statements. So let us dive into the program. Let us see how a Python program works with the if statement. We have already seen this, but let us again. So if and condition with the colon, this is the condition, and then the next statement should start with the indentation with the space or tab, right, in the different indent than the base. Okay, so here A is 33, B is 200, and B is greater than A. That is true. That means this condition is true, and then this statement will be printed. Okay, so you see B is greater than A. Okay, so let us move forward. Indentation, as we mentioned, if we actually keep it here, then you get the error. It should be indented properly. Okay, it should be not in the same place where the if condition starts. Okay, it should be in a different place. Otherwise, it will give an error. Elif. So elif is a keyword in Python way of saying if previous conditions were not true, then try this condition. Okay, so elif. Okay. This is else if. Elif means else if. So this indentation of both if and elif should be same. For example, if you keep it here, okay, see, this is wrong. It should be in the same column as if statement. Okay, so you can actually see this one, the result. Else means there is no condition, but if previous condition fails, then else part will be executed. Here, greater than b greater than a. If this is true, then print statement of b greater than a will be executed. If a equal to b, then this particular statement will be executed. If these two conditions are not true, then else part will be executed, and else and colon is very important, and else part will be executed. Okay, so that means a is greater than b. Okay, this part will be executed. Okay, you see this sample. Okay, so it is not complicated. If you are already familiar with the previous or any other programming language, C, C++, Java, Python, you can easily correlate. So you can use else with one condition only instead of elif. Last example, in previous example, we have used elif, and there is one more condition, but in this case we are using directly else. Okay, so you can also keep it in the same statement, but print if greater than a, else print b, short form. So you can keep it in the same, but it is recommended to be careful while these are implemented. This technique is known as ternary operation or conditional expressions. Okay, ternary operator or conditional expressions. So in your interview questions, people wanted to ask you tricky things, and they want to know that you are familiar with the boundary concepts or beyond general concepts. So this will be a ternary operators or conditional operators. Then they will ask you to explain this to see that you are going beyond what is a general programming language. This is if a greater than b, else print b. If a equal to b, then else print b. Okay, and we have already seen, right? It is a conditional. So two conditions, and when we have true, it will be true. True, false will be false. False, true will be false. False, false will be false in the end. So both conditions are true, then only or will be either one of them will be true. Then is true, then the next statement will be executed. At least one of the condition is true, then this will be executed. Not means if this condition is true, then not of true is false. Not of false is true. That means if it is false, then only it will be printed. Nested if, again you can have if statements inside if, but it should be properly indented. Okay, this else, for example, if I keep it here, it will be part of the first if statement. There is no syntax error. Okay, but if you keep it part of this, then it is part of the second if statement. Okay, so you have to be very careful and make it proper if else statement. Okay, see, if you don't want to do any activity but a simple pass, then you can use pass keyword. Okay, it is also possible. You can write C. It is empty, nothing is there. Okay, it is simple pass. Okay, you don't want to do any activity. Nothing as it. Let us see what will happen after pass. 33. Okay. So you don't have to put, if you want to keep it only one content, you can keep that. Okay. So that is all about if and else, how to use if and else in Python. Go through this w3schools.com or tutorials.com or this video and do the exercises, do the samples, try it yourself, familiarize with the syntax, how to use if and conditions, and if you have any questions, write in comments, and like, share and subscribe, and keep watching my. Welcome back to my channel. Thanks for coming back and watching my Python programming tutorial videos. In this video, I am going to talk about while loops as part of the looping functionalities. So in Python loops, there are two types. One is while and other one is for. So while loop can be execute a set of statements as long as the condition is true, right? So let us actually run with, so I equal to 1, I less than 6, print I, and I plus 1 equal to 1. That means we are incrementing 1, and then first condition is I is 1, I less than 6 is 1. That means it will come here and print 1. So like that it will iterate through this while loop, and then it will print, and as long as it becomes 6, the condition will fail, and it will be exit from this while loop. So that is the functionality of while loop. Okay. So that is other programming languages you already know if you are familiar with C language or Java or C++ or Python or PHP. So if you want to break in between, if I equal to 3, you want to break it, then you can use break statement. Then you see earlier we have printed still 5, but now we kept as soon as it reaches 3. After printing 3, as soon as it reaches 3, we want to break it. So it has broken from this while loop. Okay, so that is the example of while loop. And then continue statement. So that means you don't want to print I, but you want to continue. So that means it will ignore the statements after continue, and it will directly go to the condition. Okay, so we are incrementing, we are starting with 0 and we are incrementing. That means 1 will be printed, 2 will be printed, 3 will not be printed because it will continue, and 4, 5, 6 are printed, and then when 7 it becomes 7, right? It becomes 6, then after printing 6 it will exit. So that is the functionality of this video. Okay, so then this is the surprise part for people who are with Java, C language and C++. So you can have a else part. Okay, that means we can run a block of code once when the condition no longer is true. When it is false, okay, you can execute the cleanup activities. You see, we are printing 5, and at the end it has come down to the else part, and you can also do the else part of while loop. Okay, once condition fails, it will actually reach to this end of the while loop. Okay, so while I less than colon, this is the right. Okay, so we are on par. Okay, so this is about while loop. Thank you for watching the video, Python video tutorial. If you have any questions or comments, give it in our comment section, or keep watching my videos. I will continue to upload the other concepts in upcoming videos. Hello all, welcome back. Thank you for coming back and watching my Python programming videos. In this video, I am going to explain about for loops in Python. Those who are familiar with C, C++, Java or other programming language, you can correlate how to use Python. But this will actually go into the list, tuples, dictionaries and sets. Okay, let us try one example. So for x in fruits, that means x for each element of list which is fruits, print the element. So here we are printing apple, banana and cherry. That is the functionality of loop here, for loop. So looping through a string, then for each character of banana we are printing each character. So we can loop through the string. So break statement, as we have seen in earlier while loop, a break can be used to break, not to print. Okay, and only print apple and banana. If you reach banana, you are breaking. That means it is not going to a cherry. Okay. If x is equal to banana fruits, then break. You see, x is equal to banana, then break. Otherwise print. That means as soon as it reaches banana, it is breaking. Only first time it has printed apple, then next time the condition has become true and it has broken from the for loop of this list. Continue statement, we can use continue. That means ignoring the rest of the statements, the for loop will be continued. So banana we are ignoring, and then rest of apple and cherry, the for loop is printing. Okay. Range, x in range of 6, print x. Range, if you see range 1 to 6, 0, 1 to 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Range starts from 0 to 5, 6 elements. So each one is printed here. Okay. Range 0 to 5. Range 2 to 6. That means 2, 3, 4, 5 only. Okay. Excluding the range value mentioned here. So range 2 to 30, increment with the 3. By default it is 1. So each one it will increment 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay. So similarly we have seen else in while loop. So here also as soon as it reaches end up, we can use else in for loop. It is not there in C language, C++. So nested loops, that means loop inside loop. Okay, for x in the list and y in fruits we are printing both. Okay, so that is how it is. Past statement, for x in 0, 1, 2, we don't want to do any task, so we can actually ignore that using the past statement. Okay, so that is all about for loops in Python programming language. Keep repeatedly watching my video, and then what you can also do is go to w3schools.com or tutorials point and then practice it. This is very important feature in Python, and all our programs we will definitely use for loops or while loops. Okay, thank you for watching my video, and keep watching my videos. And this is one of the series of Python programming language, and I will keep on uploading not only programming language. I will also talk about taking a short projects and small projects and large projects, and I will keep on updating. Please subscribe to my channel for getting the updates, and continue to watch, and like, share, comment, and subscribe. Thank you. Welcome back to my channel. Thanks for coming back to watch Python programming videos tutorial. And in this video I am going to talk about or discuss about functions in Python, and this is very important topic in any programming language, functions. And let us dive into the functions. A function is a block of code which only runs when it is called. You can pass data known as parameters into a function. The function can return data as a result. Okay, this is the basic. In any programming language you will have this, creating a function. So we have a standard format. We have to use def as a keyword and function name followed by colon, and then indentation with a space or tab or whatever, and then have the set of statements. Okay, and then if you want to call a function, you simply use the name and use the parenthesis to call the function. No other activities are required. Let us test this one, a sample function. So we have declared the function, defined my function, and then we have executed my function. So hello for my function. So this has executed. Arguments. Information can be passed into functions as arguments. Okay, so this in the example here, f name is an argument. Okay, so email, Emil, Tobias, and Linus, these are the names. Okay, so my function, and then print f name, we are printing, and this we have already seen, right? This is a concatenation of a string. So what it will happen is it will actually print the function. It will call the function with the input parameter as a Linus, and then it is a string. So parameters or arguments. The term parameter and argument can be used for the same thing. Information that are passed into a function. Okay. So a parameter is the variable listed inside the parenthesis, and an argument is the value that is sent to the function when it is called. There is a clear difference. Number of arguments. So the function expects two arguments and get two arguments, right? You see here, these are the two arguments. These are the two parameters, fname and lname. Okay. So we are passing the two arguments, email and refugees, and then we are printing here. And these are the input parameters. Okay. Then this function expects two, but we are passing only one, then that is giving an error. Arbitrary arguments we can use with the star args. Okay. So for example, do my function star kids, then we can print with the index. Okay. So here you see kids of 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Okay. So we can use a arbitrary arguments with the star parameter. Keyword arguments. That means we can assign default values when you are passing. Okay. Child 1, child 2, child 3, right? It is, you can send arguments with the key value syntax. The way the order of the argument does not matter. You see, child 1 is this one, right? Child 3 is Linus. So whatever we are passing, we are assigning. So the argument order is different. It doesn't matter. So you can assign to a specific key. Arbitrary keywords. So you can pass on arbitrary keywords also. That should come with the star kind. Okay. So F name is Tobias and the L name is. So we are actually printing last name, right? L name. Okay. So whatever L name, the value will be displayed. Okay. So default value parameters, you can assign default value. If you don't pass anything, then by default that will take. Here you see, this is the default parameter. So here we have not called with any value. That means it takes the default value parameter. You can use it, when you want to consider that as a default parameter. Passing list as an argument. Now you can pass list as an argument, and then you can loop it through a display. Return values. Then return can be used with return. It can be, if you do not want to do any function, a dummy, then you can keep it a false. And positional only arguments. You can specify that function can only, positional arguments are only keyword arguments. To specify that a function can have only positional arguments or keyword, use slash after the arguments. Okay, now let us try. Okay. Keyword only arguments. So we can discuss recursion. Recursion means calling the same function, So here we are actually doing that recursion. K plus try recursion. So this means it will call its own function, and then it will print, and this is greater than, and this is the result. If it is k less than 0, that means the value will be returned as 0, and then it will start adding all those values. So initially the total value, right, each value it will go through and then print. Okay, so print result, the total 1, 2, 1, 3, 6, 10, 15 will print. Okay, it is keep on adding, and then it will keep on printing. This is the recursion. It is calling, see, k plus try recursion, k minus 1. Okay, so 6 times, right? So like that it will keep on adding, and then at the end, when it reaches 0, it will exit, and all the parameters it will return, and then we will get that, the final value. So that is all about functions. If you have any further question, comment in comment section. Otherwise, keep watching or keep reading w3schools.com, the respective chapter, and then tutorials.com respective chapter, and come back to me, comment in section, and add your comments, and like, share, subscribe, and keep watching my videos. Thank you. Hello all, welcome back to my channel. Thank you for joining Python programming language tutorial videos. In this video, I am going to discuss about Python Lambda and how to use Python Lambda in a Python programming language. So we have to use It is a lambda function is a small anonymous function, and a lambda function can take any number of arguments but can only have one expression. So that means it should have only one expression. You can have many arguments but only one expression, and it should start with lambda and arguments. Example, if you see lambda arguments and this is the expression, colon and expression. Okay, so that is the syntax. Okay, a is equal to a into star 100 plus 4000 multiplied by 50. Okay, so expression can be one, but it can take only one argument. Okay, so let us move forward. Let us take two arguments, 5, 6, a star b plus a plus b. So you can have any number of arguments but only one expression. Let us take another example. 3 parameters, 3 arguments and 3 parameters, a, b, c. X of 5, 6, 2. Okay, so x is a variable, but we are passing 3 arguments with 3 parameters, a, b, c. 5 plus 6 plus 2 should be 11 plus 2, 13. Okay, so why use lambda functions? The power is better shown when you are use them as a anonymous function inside another function. Okay, lambda of argument and argument to the power of n. So that is how it is. If you have any questions, you can comment, like. So welcome back to my channel. Thank you for watching my Python video tutorials. In this video I am going to discuss about arrays, how arrays is used in Python. Basically Python does not have a built-in support for arrays, but Python lists can be used instead. So to use lists and arrays, however, to work on arrays you will have to import library numpy. So we will use only the list to declare arrays. So this is the array, like list, and then we have already seen cars. Car of 0 is Ford, car of 1 is Volvo, and car of 2 is, so you want to loop through it. Car of 0, first one, car of 0 is, you can modify it, the length of cars, you will get it. Looping the arrays, so x in cars, put of x, so you can use that as a arrays appending. You can append Honda, or you can pop, you can use this in the list function. You can use the remove to remove the element, and these are the setup methods. You can append, you can clear the list, you can copy from one list to other, you can count, you can extend it, index, insert, add element at the specified position, pop removes the element at the specified position, remove the first item from the specified, reverse this, and sort. So we can use this list. Okay, I think we already discussed extensively about the list. If you want to use, go and watch my lists video, and if you have any questions, comment and like, share, subscribe this video. Hello all, welcome back to my channel and this video. In this video we are going to discuss about Python classes and objects as part of Python programming for beginners. So Python is an object-oriented programming language. Almost everything in the Python is an object with its properties and methods. A class is like an object constructor or a blueprint for the creating the object. So to create a class, we have to use the keyword class. Okay. So for example, class, my class, and x is equal to 5. In this class, we are actually instantiating, and the type of this class is my class, right? And parent dot x, for example, if you use it, it will not. We have to instantiate that object also, otherwise it is a static object and we are able to access it. Okay, so in detail we will explain more later. So we have created a class. Now we have to create an object. Now we use the name of my class to create objects. Okay, object is an instance of a class. Okay, so that means, for example, man is a class, then man is a class, then for example there is one name of one person is A, then A is an instance of man. So A is an object, okay, which has a physical characteristics and physical values specific to that particular object. Okay, so we will dig into that a little more later. So now we have a class of my class. Now I have instantiated P1 as an object of my class. Now I want to print the value which is there in a variable x as a 5. So if I print that p1.x, that means I am accessing the variable of the object p1, which is 5. So object value of p1x is 5. Okay, so let us discuss more details of object. See, the examples above are classes and objects in their simplest form and not really useful in real application. To understand the meaning of the classes, we need to understand the built-in I__init function. All classes have a function called __init__, and a function which is always executed when the class is being initiated. So this is also called constructor in other programming languages. C++ or Java. So create a class named person with the init function to assign the values of the name object. So what it will happen is whenever you instantiate an object or you create an object, what will happen is you will instantiate with the set of values. So automatically the init function is called initially, and self is the self object of a person, and then name and age are the variables of that particular class. Okay, self.name is equal to name and self.age is equal to age. Okay, this is how there are two variables of this object of this class person, name and age, and we are actually we are instantiating that person object by passing the arguments John and 36, and these parameters are assigned to name of name value and age of age. So you can have a different name 1, name 2 like this also, because they are different. Okay, let us not confuse with the object variables with the the arguments with the class variables. Okay, they are all different. Okay, so let us not confuse ourselves. So init function is called automatically. There is one more built-in function, controls what should be returned when the class object is represented as a string. Okay, if it is represented as a string, then you can actually so person and Jan, and we are printing P1, right? So what happens here? Object set. So we have to assign the values properly in the string, okay, so that it will return proper values. Okay, you see what we want to return? Name in bracket self.age. This is the format we want to print. Okay, so it is actually printing like this. You see, format of in the name and then age. These are the values we are printing. So this is the format we have to use to print when the target value is a string, when you want to print the string. Okay, that is how it is. These are defined methods in the class person. So init is used to initialize and str is used to return the string value of that object. You can always define what you want to return. It is not a common. So object can also contain methods. Methods in objects are functions that belong to the object. Let us create a method. Method is in our terminology, it is a function specific to that particular class. Okay, and it will work on that particular variables or member variables of that particular class. Okay, and you can use other, but specifically this is what we will use it. So we have a myfunc of self as an object, and we are printing this as p1.myfunction. We are calling this myfunction of the object p1. Okay, we have instantiated the object here, and we have defined a object. We have defined a class called person, and we have initiated the values with name and age, and then we have created a function, and then we have printed with the name, and in this statement we have instantiated an object of person with the name as John and age as 36, and we are calling method of the object p1 my function, and which is actually executing and returning hello, my name is John. So hope you understand how this object class declaration and class methods calling and variables declaration or members declaration. We have seen earlier self. The self parameter is referencing to the current instance of the class. Okay, and use it to access variables that belongs to that particular class. It doesn't have any. It doesn't have to be named itself. You can call it whenever you like inside that particular functions. See here we are using it self, right? So we can use it not only self, but you can use it any other name also. But it is always preferred to use the first one, whatever you give it as a first one, so that you will not confuse, and the person who is going to maintain the project will not be confused. So you can modify the member variable, which is age to, and you can print it. You can also delete the member variable, delete object. If you delete the object, then that particular object does not exist, and you will not be able to print anything after that, and you will have an error message. You see, P1 is deleted, and if you want to print, it doesn't have any reference, so it is giving an error. We have seen pass. Pass is just a simple thing to pass with a dummy class. Okay. So that is all about classes and objects. We will discuss more when we are moving to the next chapters, that is in inheritance, polymorphism, etc. But if you have any questions, write in comments, and if you like this video, like, share, comment and subscribe. Thank you for watching, and wait for the next video. Thank you. Welcome back to my channel. This is part of Python programming video tutorial series, and in this video tutorial I am going to discuss about Python inheritance, which is mentioned in W3 schools, or you can also go through and in tutorialspoint.com. So let us start. Python inheritance. Inheritance allows us to define classes that inherits all the methods and properties from another class. So it has parent class, which is also called as a base class, and there is a child class that also called as a derived class. So create a parent class. Okay, person is a parent class, right? And we are actually printing a class. We are initializing the values, and we are printing what are those, and person object is instantiated with the John and last name as dot, and print name is the method which will print first name and last name, and this is the class declaration, object instantiation, and calling the method from the class. Now let us create a child class. Student. Create a child class. Okay. So class student is a child class, and student is a person, right? Student is a person. A person can be a student, a person can be a teacher, a person can be an attendant, an employee. So we temporarily declared pass. Then we are declaring this student. We created an instance of student which will actually instantiate the parent object of person, and then x dot parent name. So what we are going to do, we are going to call the parent function, which is parent name. So hope you understand how this is working. So there are two classes. One is a person and a student, and the student's parent is person. So person, we are instantiating a student object with x, and then we are actually calling the method print name of a parent class, and which is actually printing. So this is how base class and child class functionality works. So add the init method in students also. So far we created child class and inherits the properties and methods from it. We want to add init function to the child class instead of then init function is called automatically every time the class is being created a new object, right? So this child function overrides the parent class. That means only the child function will be called, not the parent. So you have to careful and then again call the parent one. Okay. So here we are actually instantiating. Again we are calling the parent method to instantiate the objects of first name and last name with the first name last name. Okay. So you need to be careful here. We are using the constructor here, but again we are calling the parent init function to instantiate. Here we can use these to add additional parameters or additional properties of student here to instantiate. Okay, and then apart from these properties we can also instantiate properties of the parent class. So that is the purpose of having init in the child function, child class. So we can also use, instead of parent name, we can also use super function, which is actually a parent function, and then call the super. So earlier we actually called it person dot. That can be referenced as super. Super means the parent of this student. Okay, so it is a self-explanatory. If you want, you can go through the example again. So properties. So you can add properties of a child class. So parent has a set of properties, but child also has a property. For example, student has a graduation year, but person will not have a graduation year. But person will have first name, last name, but student will have first name, last name as well graduation year. So that is why not only we initiate the parent class member values, we also create child class member elements, and then we can actually instantiate, and then we can actually print, or we can also pass on these child parameters as part of this and instantiate only in the child method, and pass only the parent methods f and parent variables f name and last name. Okay. You see the way I mentioned, we can actually create f name, l name and year, and then this third parameter is only specific to the student but not to the parent. Okay, we can pass the last parameter, and last parameter is assigned to the method of the member of the student, and then f name and l name are allocated to the member of a person. Okay, when student object is instantiated, Mike and Oslo are allocated to the members of the person, and 2009 graduation is allocated into the member of the student class, and when the object is instantiated, the particular values are allocated to the X object. So in the class we can also add methods. Methods are functions in that particular class. We can have, as you mentioned, we have a method in a parent class. We can also have a method in a, so whenever we are having a student object, we created this, and we can say that a student object dot welcome, so corresponding message will be displayed. So that is about inheritance. We can discuss more advanced topics in the upcoming videos, but go through w3schools and tutorials.com website and practice as much as possible, and also come to my videos and watch again and again to understand the concept. And thank you for watching, and we are going to update more topics in Python programming. Keep coming back and then keep watching my videos, and if you like it, like that video, and also give a comment and share and subscribe. In this video I am going to discuss about iterators in Python programming. So Python iterator is an object that contains a countable number of values. Okay, so that means 10, 20, 30, and you can iterate through all the objects. An iterator is an object that can be iterated upon, meaning that you can traverse through all the values. So typically in Python, an iterator is an object which implements the iterator protocol, which consists of the methods iterator and next. Iterator versus iteratable. Lists, tuples, dictionaries and sets are all iteratable objects. They are iteratable containers which can get an iterator form. So all the objects have iter method which is used to get iterator. Okay, so let us actually understand this. Next of my 8 is first is apple, then next, and then next is an iterator. So let us see. Even strings are iteratable objects and can return an iterator. Okay. So each character next of my 8, right? It is an iterator. Okay. So you can iterate through the. So you get that iterator and then loop it through. So looping through the iterator, we already done it. X in my tuple print of x, right? All those values or items will be printed. Similarly, iterator. So in the object oriented programming, we can have iterator and a next. Also allows you to do operations. So let us actually have iterator self. So that means A is a method and a return self, right? And next, that means we are adding that to the value next and return next. So my numbers, and we are creating iterator of my class, and then we are printing 1 1 1. So first my iterator will be initialized with the 1, and then whenever we are calling next, then value will be added the way we have incremented, and then it will display the value. You see here. So in the class we have created iter and instantiated the value as 1. Okay, and then for the next method we have assigned x, okay, with the value. This is a temporary value, and then dot a plus 1 equal to 1, and we are returning. That means the method, the value which is inside, we are actually incrementing and we are returning value. So now we have instantiated a class my numbers, and then created my itr with my class, and then we are doing that my next, and then so whenever we are actually returning that, we are returning the x value, and then we are printing it. Okay, so that is same as what we did in our iterations of the data types like lists and tuples. Okay, so stop after 20 iterations. So then you can write down the logic here, and then it will not return anything beyond that. For x in my iter, print x. So it will print till the end. Raise a stop iteration. Okay, so you can actually raise a stop iteration, and then it will stop. Okay, you are seeing, right? When x if less than or equal to 20, then this condition, else raise stop iteration will work, and then here it will stop iteration, and then it will print only till. So you have to enter this, otherwise it will not work. Okay, hope you are following it. So that is all about the iterations. Hope you have followed me and understood the concept of iterations. And if you have any doubt or question, comment in the comment section. I will come back to you with more explanation if required. Keep watching my videos and use W3 schools and tutorials point for learning Python. Or keep watching my videos to learn Python. Okay, thank you for watching and like, share, subscribe, comment. Thank you. Hello all, welcome back to my channel. Thank you for watching my videos. And in this video, I am going to talk about polymorphism in Python. So the word polymorphism means many forms, and in programming it refers methods, functions or operators with the same name that can be executed on many objects or classes. Okay, so that means same method with the different arguments or same operator but with the different object types can be used in the polymorphism. Okay, let us actually go through the various types of polymorphism. So function polymorphism. So functional polymorphism, see here length is a polymorphism of string length is 12. Then the length can be used in a tuple also. So in the tuple the same length function but it is taking now a different set of type, that is tuple, and returning 3. Similarly, length for a dictionary will display the number of elements in the dictionary 3. So but the functionality is same, the function is same, but the data type which is taking is different. So class polymorphism. Okay, so let us actually go through. So for example, we say that 3 classes, car, boat and plane, and they all have a method called move. Okay, so class is a one object with the method move, and boat is also a object, okay, a class with the method move. Move is different, right? It is sail. For car it is drive, but move is common, and plane will fly. Okay, so now car is declared, right, and then the method of x of move, each one has a same method in each class, but whenever you are calling x dot move, the respective method is called, that is called class polymorphism. Inheritance class polymorphism. Okay, so what about classes with the child classes the same name? Can we use polymorphism there? Yes, if we use the example based on the above and make a parent class with vehicle and make a car, boat, plane as child classes vehicle, the child class inherits vehicle methods but can override. So that is actually called inheritance class polymorphism. So parent class as a move and a car boat and plane, these are all child classes of vehicle. So now when we say that vehicle will move, okay, and we just passed it, that means we have the properties of the base class. So car dot move will move, but boat dot move will call sail, and then plane dot com will plane dot move will only display fly. You see here as an example. So we have a base class with the move, and then move as the value to be printed. And we want to have a car and a vehicle as the parent class for car, but both will have a move function different, which has a sail, and move of a plane will have fly. So we are creating an object of car, we are creating an object of boat, we are creating an object of plane. So when we create the object of car, then it doesn't have any methods or uh, numbers, but it has inherited parent methods and numbers. So print x dot brand, x dot model, and x dot move. You see, it is printing the base with the move, second with the sail, and third with the fly. Okay, that is called class inheritance. Inheritance class polymorphism. Hope you understand this. If you have any doubt, you keep coming back and understand how do we declare the class polymorphism and function polymorphism in Python. Thank you for watching my video, and if you like it, like, share, subscribe, and if you have any comments, edit. I am going to talk about Python scope. So a variable is only available from inside the region it is created. It is called scope. So that means in Python there are various types of scope. One is a local scope, the other one is global scope, and okay. So let us deep dive into the scope. A variable created inside a function belongs to the local scope of that function and can only be used inside that function. So let us see here. In this example, x is equal to 300. It is defined inside the function my func. So the scope of this is within this function my func. It is not available outside. Let us test this one. So for example, if you want to print after calling, then print of x. If you ask for this one, tell me what it will be. You can comment in the comment section what it will print. Will it print 300? See, there is no scope. It is not defined. Unless it is defined, you cannot use it. X is equal to 500. Then you can utilize it. Right? Now, x inside the function and x at the global are different. Okay, so that is what you need to understand with the local scope. So that means a function in a variable which is declared inside function or a block is limited. The scope is limited to that particular function. Function inside function. For example, if you have created a function, then this scope is valid inside the function. So it is within the scope of this block. So that means my inter function and x, the x is global to this particular function, but it is inside the block, and this x is available inside this block, but it is not available outside of my function. See, if you see, if you want to print here again, print of x. See, this is available inside another function or inner function of a main function, and it has become a global variable for this my inner function, but that is not global variable for of this scope. You see, this is not defined. Okay, so you have to be very careful to understand between the local scope and the global scope. So now let us talk about global scope. A variable created in main body of the Python code is a global variable and belongs to the global scope. Global variables are available from within any scope, global or local. See, it is declared outside. You see, x is equal to 300. It is outside of my function. The scope is limited to here, right? But when you declare here, it is available outside. It is available everywhere. Even you can use inside a function or outside function. This is available in that global. Okay, so that is the so naming variable. If you operate with the same variable name inside and outside the function, Python will treat them two separate variables. One available in the global scope and another one is. So you have to ensure that you use the names differently, otherwise it will always confuse you. See, this is the local variable of x and this is a global variable of x. So both are different. So be careful and give always a different naming convention. Global keyword. You can, if you need to create a global variable but are stuck in the local scope, you can use this global keyword. It makes the variable global. If you use this here, then you can print here also. Print in outside of the global. Here you declare it as a x as a global in the function. So usually when you don't make it global, the scope remains within this block. Since you have declared this as a global, now if you print here, it will print x outside of this scope of the local function. So that is the difference you need to understand if you declare it as a local, if you declare it as a global variable. Also use the global keyword if you want to make change to a global variable inside a function. So if you want to make it global, right, you can change inside the function. So non-local keywords used to work with the variables inside nested functions, makes the variables belong to the outer functions. Okay, let us test this one. So x is June and you are making this as a non-local, and that means you are making this hello and then you are calling my function to here and you are returning x. So what is the value which is printing? Not this x is hello. This value is written, not this Jane. For example, if you make it, if you comment this, okay, let us comment this, then run. Okay, what happened? This is local, the x is local to this, right? And you are calling my function 2. It is just doing nothing but x, but the value which is local x is kept as Jane and x is written. Okay, now you are changing it to non-local. Okay, that means it has become a global, right? Now, okay, what did you do? Okay, now what has happened? It has become, this x has become global, global to the scope, and then x is updated with the hello, and then hello is written. But in any case, be careful and ensure that you use appropriate variable scope to not to get into the confusion and land into the trouble of local and global scope. What is local, what is global, and what are the values stored. Okay, be careful and use these concepts in your programming language and write the programs accordingly. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, comment, like, share and subscribe. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to my channel. Let us thank you for watching. my videos based on Python video tutorials, and in this tutorial I am going to discuss about Python modules, how modules are created, how libraries are created, how these modules are used in the programming paradigm, right? So consider a module to be a same as a code library, a file containing set of functions that you want to include in your application. Okay, for example, math is a module, right? Math has a set of mathematical functions. Okay, so it has all the types of mathematical functions like sine, cosine, whatever you want to, it is available there of all mathematical functions. Okay, similarly, date is a module. Date contains set of functions which are related to the date and date manipulation, right? So there are multiple libraries are available which you can utilize. You can also write down your own modules and make it open source, so that those can be utilized. Or when you are developing, ensure that your projects or files are set in modules, and all the corresponding functions are kept in one module and then used or imported into your respective projects. When you are writing large scale projects, you need to definitely divide them and write them and then import them. So let us deep dive into the modules. So to create a module and save the code file with the file extension py, and to start with, let us save this file. Okay, as we have created a function inside hello, and then to use that module we will import that. We have created this greeting function and then we are importing my module, right? So what happened, run example. So we are importing, so we have a print statement there, and then we have imported then my module, and there is a function called greetings. There is a function called greeting, and we are calling that function. Okay, so that is how we are going to export. Okay, so the modules can contain functions as already described, but also variables of all types, arrays, dictionaries, objects. We can also create and then access them, right? Import and we can access them as we are seeing. Okay, this has dictionary name value pairs, and then we can access them. Okay, so we can actually print them and run them. So you see, we are importing a module, my module, and then we are referencing that through my module dot, and there is a data structure dictionary, and in the dictionary we are printing personal of age. What is that? We have given a value, and then for age we have given 36, right? So it is going to print. So we can actually make everything in separate file and then make it as a module, and we can access them as a module. Okay, so you can create classes and we can import them, and then import the classes and make the objects of that particular class. Okay, so you can name the module file whatever you like, but it must have the file extension py. Renaming module, you can create an alias. You see, import module as mx, and then you can actually reference mx.person, so that you don't have to use the same file name, but you can reference it. If you want to run it, let us run it and explain the code. See, we are importing my module. You already know that we have created my module.py, and then we have a data structure inside that, and we are renaming as alias mx, and now we are instantiating an object with a and then mx dot personal of age, and then we are printing a will be printing with the value of age, which is 36 inside that, which is 36. We have already seen it, right? Which is 36, which will be printed. Okay, so that is about variables. And naming a module, you can rename, we have seen it. Built-in modules, we have already discussed, like math or dates or JSON regex or platform. So there are standard packages or modules are available. You can import them and use them in your programming. For example, import platform. There are built-in functions to list all the function names in a module. There is a function, so list all the defined names belonging to the platform modules. Import platform and the dir platform. So it will display all the methods of that particular, you know, all the methods. What are the methods, functions? Everything is there, right? It will actually display the functions. Their platform will all defined names belong to the platform module. Okay. Similarly, import from module. You can choose to import only parts from module by using the from keyword. Okay. So the module has the function greeting and also data structure. So you can only import personal one only. Person one. So you don't have to import the entire thing, but only the required object or a function, and we can reuse that. Okay, so that is also possible. When importing using the from keyword, do not use the module name when referring to the elements in the module. So you can directly use that person one. You don't have to use the module name. Okay, that is the point. Okay, so that is all about modules. Hope you understand it. When we are writing large programs or a large, when we are doing that projects in my upcoming videos, we will use all these concepts to develop a project. Okay, keep watching, coming back to my videos and watch my videos, uh, and if you like it, like, share, and subscribe. Okay, thank you. Bye. Thank you for coming back and watching my videos on Python programming language tutorial. In today's session, we are going to talk about Python date time module, and how to use date time in our programs. So a date is in Python is not a data type of its own, but it can be imported a module. We can import a module named datetime to work with the dates and date objects. See, this datetime is very important. When you are writing a program and then you want to log a date. Okay, when you want to print some data with the date. So this datetime package is very important, very much useful. So let us actually see what is the datetime now. Okay, by running the Python program. So this has actually resulted in datetime. Datetime is the, and then datetime is the object. Okay, and then a function is now. So it has displayed the current datetime in minutes, date, minutes, seconds, hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. Okay, so that is the format we have got, but we can actually manipulate the date format with our required format. See, the date contains year, month, day, hour, minute, second, and microsecond. Okay, and date module has many methods to return information about the date object. I have extensively used date object in my programs, so you can actually do some kind of experiments and how to actually get it. X.year, X.strft time percentage. So this is the function used to format, okay, string format of time. Okay, and then we get the respective data of that particular date time. So X.year will return the year, X dot and time, and percentage A. We will talk about this, what is percentage and all. So the date time comes with the different percentage formats, and whatever we give it will return the respective value. So let us dive into the more details. So creating an object we have already seen. Import, and we have to utilize date type, and we can use the date time class for date time. So there is a date time class, so we can actually pass the date also, so that it will reset with the date. For example, here we passed year, right, year, and we passed year, okay, month and date, and it is reset to that particular date. Okay, so or we can actually ask for now, and display the latest one. strf time, those who are familiar with the method in C++, you can easily correlate. The date object has a method for formatting the date objects into the readable strings. The method is called strf time, and often takes parameters of format to specify the format of returning. So we have a set of parameters. So you just want to take it, Wednesday. You see, for example, day of the week. If you use percentage %a, you will only get day of the week. You see here, X, day of the week, that is Sunday. Today is Sunday. So if you use capital, then it will use full. It will use full Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like that. And W means it will give what is the number in 0 to 6 with the 0 as Sunday. That means today it will return 0, right? So you have to remember this, or while programming you can understand what you want to get. Okay, day of the month 30 first. Okay, is it 30 or what is that? 16, right? So we will check each and everyone, and then see what you are able to understand. So percentage %b, if you use percentage %b, then it will actually return short one. June, right? 3 letters. Percentage capital B, then it will return full. So based on the customer requirements, you can actually take it based on your percentage Y. Percentage M gives month from 1 to 12, and percentage Y gives year in short version. Percentage capital Y gives year in full version. Percentage H capital gives the hour, and percentage I will give 0 to 12 form, and percentage P is the AM or PM, and percentage M is minutes, percentage S is in seconds, percentage F if you want microseconds, and UTC, or it will actually display time zone, day number of the year for percentage J, and percentage U format. Okay, week number of the year, Sunday as the first, and week number of the year, okay, Monday as the first. So these are all, remember, okay, local version, or okay. So let us see which one we want to okay, let us actually say that I want a format, okay, not this one. I want a format okay. You see, let us take this example. I want format in 2014 03, or this format 16 06 19 2024, okay, and DD, and then HH MM YY, okay, and AM. I think that is fine. This is the format I want. Okay, then let us understand how do we take this one. So what do we want? We want percentage, right? Day of the month, that is percentage D. Day of the month is percentage D, is what we want. So let us take percentage D. Okay, and then we have to give hyphen, right? We have to give hyphen, and then what do you want? Day hyphen, then month. Month is in this form, right? So percentage M, percentage M, and then hyphen. Then year is in full form, right? So how do we get year? Capital Y, percentage Y, percentage Y, percentage capital Y, and we are given space. Now hours, minutes, seconds, that is in hours. H we want in this form. So HS means is in a 23rd form, right? Percentage H, and then colon. So we have to give colon, right? And then hours, minutes in this form. Okay, that is percentage capital M, percentage capital M, then colon, and then percentage S. S is in 0 to 59 form. That means let us keep percentage S capital. Okay, let us close this. So let us print whether our experiment will be successful. What is wrong? So there is one more parenthesis we are missing. It says 16:6:24 and the time is 15:51:40. This is the time of the system, not the local time, but whatever the W3 schools is running. Okay, so that is what we see, whatever the format we have printed, that is printed. So this is how you need to take the timestamp, and then okay, for example, if you want to log, right, then you have to time stamp equal to, then add it here, and then you want to print, right? For example, time stamp plus space plus I am logging with date time stamp. Okay, you print this. This is how you need to log it with the data. Okay, so with the timestamp it will actually print. Okay, so in your logging mechanism, this is how you need to use to take the timestamp and then log it. Okay, so whatever the format you want, okay, by default format you can print, or you can customize and then print that one based on the log format. Okay, so this is how a date can be utilized, and I hope you understand it very well. If you have any questions, keep watching my videos, or come back to the tutorial and then do a lot of experiments for you to get familiarize the date time package. Thank you all for watching this video, and if you like it, click on the like button, and please like, share, subscribe, and keep watching my videos. Thank you. Watching my Python programming videos. In this video, I am going to talk about math package in Python. So Python has a set of built-in math functions, including an extensive math module that allows you to perform mathematical tasks on numbers. So for example, min, max, these are all the built-in functions used to find the lowest and highest values in an iterator. Let us actually try this one. So if you use min, then minimum of these three digits it will display, it will assign to the variable x, and if you use max, it will print max, it will assign max value into the variable y, and then if you print those two variables, it will print 5 and 25. So there are set of built-in math functions, like min, max, power, or all math functions are already there for built-in. Okay, but there are Python also has a built-in module called math, which extends the list of mathematical functions. So to use that, you need to import the math. For example, math.squared. Okay, if you import math and then math dot square root of 2, for example, what is that? It is, square root of 4. Let us give that. Let us give square root of 4, which will give you a proper value. So square root of 4 is 2, right? Okay. So math dot and call all the mathematical functions which are available. Okay. So there are vast number of mathematical functions available which you can utilize. Ceil is used to round this variable, the value to the lowest integer value. Ceil means highest and top, floor means lowest. Okay, right? So it will actually make it 2, and then this will make it 2. Okay, this will make it 1. Okay, so just understand, ceil means the rounding to the top, and floor means rounding to the bottom. Okay, and math.py is a 3.14, right? So you can test it. It is given, okay, with the some fraction values. So you can use the math module reference. Okay, there are many functions available. For example, cos, inverse, hyperbolic, cosine, arc sine, inverse hyperbolic. So there are set of mathematical functions: cos, sine, exponential. Okay, absolute value of a number, factorial of a number, floor. Okay, so those who are actually wanted to do a lot of mathematical programming. Okay, so come to this WP Schools math module reference, and use go through all the mathematical functions, okay, in your programming language. Okay, thank you for watching this video, and if you like it, click on like button, and if you want more explanation, you can write in a comment. We can work out on the mathematical functions and how they can be used, or you can come back to WP Schools and go through each and everything, and test each and every method or function available in that math module, and then so that is all about this tutorial. And if you like it, like, share, subscribe, and keep coming to my channel for more such videos. Thank you. Hello all, welcome back. Thank you for coming back to watch my Python programming video tutorials. In this tutorial, I am going to talk about Python JSON, how JSON can be used in Python. JSON is a syntax for storing and exchanging the data. It is a text written with JavaScript object notation. So if you understand it, there is already a set of functions or methods available with the JSON package, and you can import the package and use the functions available in JSON. But let us understand what is JSON and how do we create JSON text file, and then how do we import, how do we parse it, how do we make it. Okay, so JSON, a sample JSON comes with the code it is in quote, and then in flower brackets name value pairs is a sample JSON object here. Then we are loading this JSON into the y, and then we are printing with the y of age means it is now going to print it. So we can actually create a JSON object, we can store, load, okay, and we can read it, we can store it, we can create it. Okay, so let us actually try this sample program. So let us go through line by line. We are importing the JSON object, and then x is equal to, this is the JSON object format, right? X is equal to is in the flower brackets name value pairs, okay, name value pairs, and JSON dump, convert into JSON, okay, and then print. You are printing name value pairs, okay. So x is a dictionary object, so we are converting this into the JSON object, and then we are printing. Now we can actually use all the methods of JSON and then manipulate it. We can change it, and then we can actually rewrite or recreate. So you convert Python objects of the following types into JSON. Dictionary, we can convert list, tuple, string into float, true, false, none, we can convert into JSON. Okay, so JSON dump. So you see how are we actually converting string, false. So all these data types, okay, how it is converting. These are all JSON. Okay. When you convert a Python to JSON, Python objects are converted into JSON equivalent. Okay, JSON object, dictionary, list, it will convert it as an array. Tuple also as an array. Str as a string. Integer as a number. Float as a number. And then true as a true, false as false number. So let us actually keep a JSON object, a complex JSON object. Name value pairs. This is a record. And cars as a multiple models. So in that we can have a set of records in these brackets. And then it itself as again a sub JSON object inside this model is one like this, right? So now let us actually run it. Okay, so these are the children's, and then cars. So it has, you can actually access the respect to data with the respect to dictionary elements. Format the result. Okay, then you can format. You can use the separators parameter, change the default parameters also. Okay, so that is all about. We will use this JSON object extensively in our Python projects in upcoming videos. Keep watching my videos. If you need any explanation or you need more explanation, comment in my videos. Comment in the comment section. I will create more elaborate videos on JSON packages and JSON methods. Thank you for watching, and if you like it, like, share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Thank you. Bye. Python video tutorial for beginners, and in this video I am going to talk about try except. In the try except is one of the error handling in Python, and this, if you are already familiar with Java or C++, you are already familiar with the try exception mechanism using in the error handling. So in try except mechanism error handling, a try block lets you test a block of code for errors. Except block lets you handle the error. Else block lets you execute code when there is an error, there is no error. And finally, block lets you execute regardless of the result of the try and except blocks. So let us try with some examples. So it has a 6 lines of code. One is the first line is comment, second line is blank, third line is try colon, and the fourth line is print of x, and the fifth line is except colon, and the sixth line is print an exception occurred with the proper indentation. So now what is the error here? X is not defined, right? So that means it has covered in the try block. That's why that error has been caught, and it has actually caught in the except block, and then it has printed an exception has occurred. Okay, so that is how the explanation of this code. So let us actually check the next example. Let us simply check print x. So immediately what happened? X is not defined, right? So you need to avoid this, either you need to define a value or catch it properly and then handle it properly. Okay, so now it is printed, there is no error. Okay, so error x variable was not defined. So if you want to catch many exceptions, okay, for example print x num error or any other error, this is one exception. Another error, you can raise exception and the exception can be caught. Okay, so like that multiple except can be added and handle the error properly, and we display that error properly. So we have seen what is else, right? If it is successful, then it will not execute this except part, but it will execute the else part. Okay, nothing went wrong. So after this is done, nothing went wrong, so else part got executed. Hope you are following me. Okay, now let us add finally. That means irrespective of whatever the exception is caught or it is successful, a finally will be a block inside the finally will be called and will be executed. So irrespective of either exception raised or not, if it is successful, also it will finally will be called. If it is error, also finally will be called. So this finally will be used to do some cleanup activities. So you can add cleanup statements in the finally. So now let us do another one. Okay, so now we are trying to open a file, right? So that is fine, there is no problem, but you are trying to open in some junk file name. So it has, you have not opened that file, but you are trying to write something, so it will throw an error. Okay, right? So it will throw an error and it will raise something went wrong into the file, right? And then finally it will definitely close that file. Otherwise this block will actually handle this. If it is not able to open, then this block will be executed here. Okay, and then corresponding exception will be caught. That is the last one. Okay, hope you are following. If you have any doubt, comment on your comment sections. So you can also have a manual exceptions. See here, x less than 0, that is true, and then we are raising, then the exception, sorry, no numbers below 0. Okay, so basically you should not track it like this, but you need to catch this exception and then display it. Okay, so we'll discuss that in the next tutorial. So when you are raising it, you see what you are doing, only integers are allowed. Okay, so now you want to catch this, right? So let us do that one, and let us keep this indentation. Okay, and then accept, which error you want to raise. Type error as some a. Okay, and now what you are going to do, print of a. So you are catching this particular error and adding that as a variable, and then you are printing here. Run this one. Only integers are allowed. You see the type error was exception was raised, and we actually caught it here with the type error, and we aliased it, and then we are printing that. So you can add whatever error handling mechanism by making that user defined error handling, and then catch it and then handle that properly. Okay, so that is all about try except. Thank you for watching my video. If you like it, like, share and subscribe. If you have any comments, drop your comments in the comment section. Thank you. Bye. Thank you for watching my Python video tutorials for beginners. In this video, I am going to talk about Python string formatting. F-string was introduced in Python 3.6 and is now the preferred way of formatting strings. Before 3.6, Python 3.6, we had to use a format method to do the string formatting. Let us introduce F-strings. F-string allows you to format selected parts of the string. To specify the string as an F-string, simply put F in front of the string letter like this. Let us do that example. You see F and then quotation, and within that value, and print it. Then the corresponding string, the formatted string, is printed here. So F you need to add and the value or string to be in the quotation. Now price is a variable, and then we are formatting. Let us test this. This is interesting. Inside the double quotation, the value is in flower brackets. Price is a variable. So what will happen? We are formatting, and then this is we are informing the interpreter that this is a variable, and you need to replace that particular value. Okay, and then price is 59, and text will be replaced with the price is $59, and when you print it here, the text will be printed. Hope you are following it. Listen it back if you don't understand. Okay, so let us do more exercises. The placeholder can also include a modifier to the format to format the value. A modifier is included by adding a colon following by a legal formatting type like .2f, which means that fixed point number with 2 decimals. You can also add how many placeholders. Price is 59. You can actually add how many, for example 59.3934, and then 0.4f. Then it will print 4 decimals. Let us take, and then we only keep 2. Then it should strip only 2 variables, and see 54, 34, 34, 34, 5, 6, then it has taken only the 2f. Okay, 2 digits after the decimal point. Okay, so let us check another example. We have already seen this, but let us try this. You see, 95 is the value, but we are printing with the 2 digits after decimal. Okay, it is a formatting can be done in the string. So it can also use to do the operation, math operation. So directly 29, 20 into 59, and then corresponding value has displayed. 2 plus 2. For example, let us add 2 plus 2. Then the value is $4. The corresponding value. So you can also have the operations in the single statement. And you can also do math operations we have discussed, right? Price plus price star tax, price is 59, tax is 0.25, and then corresponding value of it will execute these values, and then a corresponding value will be replaced and displayed. Okay, so let us move forward. You can also add if else inside the same formatting statement. So F and this one, and what we are doing in this brackets, if this is true, the first expensive will be displayed, else cheap will be displayed, right? Price is, for example, 60. It is expensive, then 5, then it is cheap. So you can also add the if else statements in the formatting. It is a little bit tricky, but you need to understand before you execute it. Okay, so you can also call functions, then it will automatically, you know, fruits dot upper, then it will change it into the upper. So we are calling a function. You can also call user defined functions. This is a system function, and then apple is converted into capital letters and then displayed. Okay, so you can use, so functions, operations, string replacement can be done. So you can also use your own user defined function. Okay, this function you can pass on, and then the corresponding values are converted into whatever the return will be printed here. Okay, so hope you are following. So there are ways to, make it 1000 with the comma. Okay, where it needs to fit, automatically it will keep that comma wherever it is required. Okay, so there are many such functions. Okay, percentage in format, let us check this example. So this is a 0.25 percentage. Okay, that means you see 0.25 percentage is a 25 percentage, in a decimal form. Okay, here it is 0, that means 0 percentage. Okay, I mean there are no digits after that. Okay, like this. So number format, write X format in uppercase. Okay, 255X, what is it? Is FF. Whatever the format we are taking, it will. Places the sign to the left position. Okay. Okay, 8. Eight places left. Okay, so like this, come back to W3 schools and then see there are other formatting types available. Command, click on each one and understand each one. Okay, so that is all about Python string formatting. We still have the old format, and we can still use this format to do the string format. Let us see that example. You see format and price. So we have created the parenthesis, and that parenthesis place this price is displaced. Okay, so this is the old format of manipulating the string. You can still use that. Okay, in the same way, okay, instead of F we are actually creating that and then replacing that value, and then corresponding formatting is applied here. Similarly, multiple variables you can pass on as a arguments, and then it will replace the respective places inside the string, and then it will display as we have printed. Let us try this. I want 0 pieces of item 1 2. These are the index. This is 0 1 and 2. You can use indexes to place in the placeholders. Okay. So you can use indexes if you want to call the same multiple times. Named indexes, you can use named indexes directly in the string. Like for example here, car name, you are replacing this, and then model replacing, you can use that and replace it. You can try this. You see, this car name is replaced with Ford, and then model is replaced with Mustang. Okay, so that is all about string formatting. You can use either new one or old one, but it is now a new format is introduced. It is recommended to use the new formatting. So to be familiar with this new way of formatting, experiment and write as many programs as possible for you to be familiarized, and then write Python programs. Thank you for watching this video, and this is a series of Python programming videos, and if you like this video, like, share and subscribe, and wait for upcoming videos. Okay, to my channel. In today's video tutorial, we are going to talk about Python file operations, Python file handling. How files are handled in Python. So this is very important topic in Python programming for beginners, and those who are already familiar with C, C++, Java or PHP. C and PHP, it is more closer, you can easily correlate, and for other object-oriented programming, you will have the methods in the object, so that is the concept is similar, but if you want to understand, if you are already familiar with C language and Python, PHP, it is more similar in nature. So let us go and deep dive into the topic. File handling is an important part of any web application, not only web application but any of the mathematical applications where you want to extract, store, extract, and then store it back. So a lot of operations are there where file operations will be used in your day-to-day project. So Python has several functions for creating, reading, and updating and deleting files. So let us actually check. File handling key function. The key function for working on the files in Python is the open function. So open function takes two parameters, that is a file name and a mode. There are 4 different modes. One is read mode. That means you will open the file only in read mode. If the file does not exist, that means it will throw an error. Append mode. Append mode means already file exists, but you want to append anything. If file does not exist, it will create new file. Write mode. Write opens a file writing, creates the file if it does not exist, and creates the specified file, returns the error if the file exists. Okay, So you have to be if you create a file and the file exists, okay, you will get the error message. So when you are creating the file, you have to utilize file name followed by the mode, either read or append or write or X, that is create. Okay. In addition, we can also specify in the file should be handled as a binary or text mode. So by default we can text. By default it is text mode, but we can actually create in a binary mode also. Primarily this is useful for images. So let us deep dive and see the syntax. Okay. So just for reading a file, you just mention the file name, open a file name, and this is the file handle. Okay, it will return file handle for the open file. Okay, so that means read and text format. Okay, this is the mode we are given, which is a read and a text. By default it is text, you don't have to clearly mention, but that is okay. So let us move forward. Let us deep dive into the Python file open function. Open a file on the server. Okay, so now let us actually try an example. This is already there. There is a content in the file. Okay, it is actually kept as a read and printf. This is open and f read. Read will read the file and print will display the content. Okay. So open a file in a different location. So this is actually created in a different location. Okay. We can give the entire path. Okay, you don't have to open that in the current path. You give the entire path. Okay, so you always give the entire path and it will open the file and then you can do the required operations. Read only part of the file. Okay, then read the first 5 characters of the file. Then you can mention number of characters. Okay, it will only display the number of characters. So if you want to read line, one line, read line, it will be first line, f dot read line. If you want to read the entire line, then you need to utilize a while loop. Okay, otherwise if you read one by one, so it is reading actually one by one, read line, read line, read line. But what is the preferred way? You can utilize a loop to read the file. Okay, now you see for x in f. Okay, so that means it will read each line and then print each line. So we are using the for loop to read each line and print each line for x in f. So the important thing in file handling is as soon as you have completed your activity on the files, you need to close the file handle. Otherwise, the file handle will creep on adding into the memory and then your program will be dumped. Okay, so that is very important. Whenever you open a file, you ensure that you close that file. Now let us check write. Right, just we have written the file data inside the file and then we have also closed the file handle. We have read the file, we have opened the file, read the file and then closed the file. Right. So now there are two write to the existing file. One is append and one is a write. Okay. So if you use write mode, it will override the existing. And if you use a, it will append. In C language, if you are familiar, you can use the W plus to overwrite, to append actually, not overwrite. So now let us check this example. We are opening the file demo file.2.txt with the append mode, and then we are adding new file. Now the file has more content. Okay, and then we are closing it, and then okay, so this is printf afraid. You see, now the file has more content that is added to the file. Okay, so that is about file. Now let us test demo file dot, it is in a write mode. Okay, then whoops, I'm deleting the content. That means the previous content which is already there is deleted. You see, now we are opening for reading, and then we are printing, so the content is deleted. Okay, so that is the functionality. If you want to create a new file in Python, use open method with the one of the following. X will create, A will append if the specified file does not exist. It will create the file if a file does not exist, right? If creates the file if the file does not exist. Okay, you can use any of these methods to create a new file. And you can also use delete. You can remove the file using the OS. Linux commands where you delete, right? Like this, you can also import OS, and then you can delete the file from the program, but it is not recommended to delete the files. You can also delete folder. Okay, so that is all about. Now I want to actually teach you one more concept, okay, in Python learning. Let us use ChatGPT to learn file handling in Python. Can you help me to teach file handling in Python? So whatever we have learned, right, it is there. Okay, so to open the file, you can use open and then file name and read, and to close the file you can use file.close. Okay, and then reading from a file you can use with open as file, and content file read print content. Okay, read line by line. With we are actually reading this as a file. Actually we can assign that one, and then for line in file print line dot strip. Okay, we are removing the spaces. Similarly, writing to a file, write file hello world and write file hello. This is a new line. Backslash we are keeping. It is actually printing that. Appending a file. So you need to open it as a, and then it will actually. So you can use this file method to use that file parameters also, right? File functions. So binary mode, as earlier mentioned, read into the binary mode. Okay, and then read it, and then managing files and directories. We discussed about that, OS, and rename, make directory, copying the file from one file to the other. So that is how. So can you help me with file reading and write in Python with a sample Python program. Okay. So now we have the file. So this has actually explained how do we create a sample input. So first step is in the text file input.txt in your program, create this input.txt, and then you can create a file manually or using Python. Create. See, this you can use to write into the file, but we can actually do that manually. That is fine. And then now we will have a Python program to read. So first one is read file and file path, and we are opening that file as a file, and we are reading and we are returning the content. And another function write file with the file write as file, and then file dot write. And another one, for example, process content. This will actually convert it into upper. Now main function. Okay, define main, and then input file is input.txt, read file. Right? What is the read file? Read file will actually read the content and return. Right? So read file as written, and we are printing that original content. Right? This is the formatting way of printing that. We already know how to do it. Then we are actually converting that into uppercase, right? And then processed content. This one will print the processed content. Now write the processed content to the output. Now we are writing that into the output file. So output file name is output.txt, and then write file, and the file path, and then processed content. You see here this one. Okay. And then we are actually calling that main. So this is the sample Python program. So if you want to learn through ChatGPT also, you can ask the relevant question, and then you can ask into the prompt, and it will be able to give a lot of examples with for learning Python or any other programming language. Thank you. Hope this video is helpful. If you like it, keep a comment, and like, share, subscribe. MySQL database server to actually create or do all the MySQL or SQL related commands. Okay, so for every database connection, right, or MySQL database server connection, we need to have a database. Okay, so to use that, we need to see, the assumption is you are already familiar with the SQL. Okay, if you are not familiar, you can actually go through MySQL tutorial which is mentioned in the W3 schools. Okay, so for your understanding, or in future I will create MySQL tutorials. You can come back and watch my MySQL tutorials. Okay. In this we will briefly describe about how to connect to the database, and how to create a database, and how to fetch the data, how to insert the data, all those, and how to use that in our programming is what we were concentrating on this tutorial. Okay, so now we have connected. The next step is we have to create a cursor for that connector, and then we have to write the respective database statement. What is that? First thing we need to do is create database, right? Create database and my database. Okay, so my cursor and then execute. So what will happen? This one, so we are not printing anything, but there is no error thrown, right? That means my database has been created. The host is localhost, username is my username, and password is my password. And we have created the cursor and then we have executed. So this is the sample program, first program which we have written. So now let us see if a database exists, right? We have created the database, right? So now let us see how this will work. Okay, you see in the database we have created the database, right? Now it has my database. You see my database, these are system databases, but my database exists. So for that what we have done, so we have actually imported the connector and then we have handle of connector we connected and then we created the cursor and then we executed the database with show databases. This is one of the command in MySQL, so it has executed the show database. So now for each database we have printed the database. So now to connect to the particular database we have to pass on that database name also. So then we will get the handle to the, otherwise we have to use the database and then every time we have to connect to the database server and then we have to use the database. If we add the database then directly it will connect to the database. It will connect to the database. Okay, so now the important factor in database is we are creating the customers as a table, so that will have customer name and customer address. Okay, so what we are doing, we are importing the connector and then we are connecting to the database, my database, and then we have created the cursor and then now we have created the table with the customers table and a name with the varchar of 255 and address of 255 of varchar. I think let us actually create that table also. So this has created the table. Now to see whether the table exists, okay, so now import the connector, connect to the database and create a cursor and then execute show tables. So show tables will create the list of tables which are there in the database, that is my database. Okay, so now it has displayed, we have created the customers database, so it has actually displayed the customer database. Now any database we can actually create table customers with primary key and auto increment with the ID. So if you want to do that, you can actually add that in the SQL statement and you can create that. Okay, so create table customers ID into auto increment. So now to check if the table exists, use the alter table to add the column into with auto increment as a primary key. That is also possible. Okay, if it is not created, you can actually alter the table. So these are all available in our MySQL tutorial. Those who want to go to that one, use that MySQL or come back to me in my future MySQL tutorial. Now we have created the table. So let us connect to the table and insert. So what are the values it has? It has auto increment value of int and the name and address and values and what are the values we are giving? Values as then John highway and then we are executing, right? SQL and values. Okay, actually we can directly add the values here with the format statement, but we can pass values like this, and then after the values are inserted, you need to commit, otherwise records will not be committed, data will not be committed inside the table. Okay, so now you see we have actually inserted. If you execute this, another record also will be inserted. John and Highway 21 is inserted. Let us go through the steps one by one. We have imported the connector and we have connected to the localhost, username, password and my database, which we have already created earlier. Then created the my cursor as a mydb.cursor, and then we have created variable, string variable with the SQL statement, and then val variable with the values. Okay, and then we have executed in this format, execute SQL comma, and actually we can directly create the one SQL statement and execute, but we have created like this and we have committed. This is very important, otherwise it will not insert into the table. So let us move to the next one. So if you want to insert multiple rows, then you can actually add multiple rows or multiple values in this, right? And then use execute many command to execute this. You see 13 records were inserted. Okay, so each one is allocated with one row. Okay, now so you can get the ID of that particular ID. What is that ID? It is a little bit slow. Okay, you see it has inserted into the 15th position and it has returned my cursor dot last row ID. Okay, so you get that. So you need to remember these things while coding, or when you are coding, refer back to this site and then write the code. Now we want to display all the details. So select star from customer will fetch all the records. Now what we are doing is we are actually fetch all, my result, fetch all, and then for X in my result we are printing each one. So it will print all the records inside the database. See, one initially first we assigned, right, and then later we created 13 records, and then another last record we added here. Okay, and 1 2 3 4 we have not given that, that is an auto increment. We are only adding these details, right, the second column and third column. Okay, and we are printing. Hope you are following. So you can actually specify column names. Earlier we have given select star, now we have given name and address. Okay, that also it will actually fill each row, but we can also assign these variables to the specific names and we can print them. These are the name and address which is actually returned instead of including the ID. Okay, so for each one it is, so that means you can actually use that array to display the name and value. Okay, right, it is the name, right, so you can display the name and value of the index, right. So let us see print result of 0 what is this, comma my result of 1 comma my result of 2, because there are 3 records, right? Oh, you cannot execute it, okay? So that is how it is. So now you can use the where clause to filter a particular fetch based on some parameter. So we want to actually filter select star from customers where address equal to Park Lane 38. Okay. So this is the, so it will only fetch that particular record for it is available in X. Okay. My result for each one it will print. So you can actually use there are 3 records. X contains 3 rows, X of 0, X of 1 and X of 2. 3 records, 3 columns, not records. So X of 0, X of 1 and X of 2. So now see, whatever you are using in MySQL, it will work here. Okay. For example, if you use address like and percentage way percentage, so way whichever matches with the way in that address will be printed. See here 3 are matched, so those are actually printed. So the example is we have imported the connector and we have connected to the database. We got the database handle and then we created the cursor and then we got the cursor and we created the SQL statement with the SQL format and then string format, and then we have called myCursor.execute function with the SQL as the input argument, input parameter, and then myCursor fetch all we have created, and then for each which is actually returned in my result, and for each X of my result we are printing here, it is printing 3 records. Okay, so let us verify. Now you can actually do that dynamic value change. Here address is yellow, so you can actually add it here and then you can pass that argument and then get the corresponding value, okay, based on the condition. Okay, so system is little bit slow, so bear with me. So now yellow garden equal to address, whichever is the customer details we are printing. Okay, so first connector and then we need to connect, we need to import the connector, then connect and then create the cursor, then create a SQL statement and then execute that SQL statement either directly or with the arguments, and then fetch all, myCursor.fetch all, and then we get that result, and then when we get the result you have to you can print each record. Okay, so that is the example. So let us use order by in the segment. Okay, so it is a part of SQL statement, SQL language, right? MySQL language. So you can understand, you can go through the tutorial and understand the MySQL before you work on the MySQL program. So here what we are doing, select star name. That means we are ordering, that is the second column is the name. So we are ordering it by name. That means you see the first index which is auto increment has actually resulted in a incremental order of name. Okay, so again it is we have imported the connector and we have connected to the database with localhost, username, password and database. We created the cursor and we created the SQL statement with the order by, and we have executed and we have fetched all the records and then we have printed. Okay, so see order by default is an incremental order, right? That is ascending order. So we can also add a descending order. Okay, so descending order, see A started at the end, A ended up at the end, and the W is at the beginning, right? With the name. Okay, so in the SQL statement we just added order by name and DESC. That means it is a we are actually requesting the select statement with the descending order. So the rest of the program remains same, but the order the returned values are in a returned in descending order based on the name. So now till now we have created the database, we have created the table, we have inserted the records and we have fetched the records. Now let us delete a record. Okay, so deleting means we have to use delete from and table name where and a condition. Here we want to delete with the address equal to mountain 21. Okay, so what it will happen, and you have to use the commit, otherwise that will not work. So when we are writing the programs with the large or a simple project, so one is deleted, right? So mountain view, let us actually fetch all the records. So where is that? Select. Okay, let us actually select star from customers. That is gone. Mountain level. Okay, so this one record is deleted. So you have to ensure that SQL injection is prevented. Escape values are there. Okay, so use the placeholder to escape values in the delete statement. Okay, for example, we add here, okay, percentages. So you have to ensure that escape value is deleted instead of the previous statement. Directly adding here, okay, it is better always to keep that percentage statement that prevent from cyber security also. Okay, fraudsters can attack your database by using the SQL injection with the escape. So now till now we have created the table. Okay, if we use the drop table, we are actually cleaning up. That means the table is deleted. You see, table is deleted and it is successful. No error. Now drop only if it exists. That means drop only if it exists. Drop only if it does not exist, then it will not drop. So the function is successful. Okay, right? Function is successful. Now what we can do is, if you want to update the value, you can update where based on the condition, right? You can update this and commit it. These are all SQL statements. If you know how to run one SQL statement and fetch, and then so it is all easy to work with MySQL database and updated. Next SQL query will always give. Again, what we have discussed is SQL injection. Always better to keep the parameters outside of the SQL statement. Okay. Now the limit is very much useful function. For example, if you want to limit the number of records which you want to fetch, okay, you can use this. Okay, for example, here limit 5. That means it will return that many number of records first. If you want to fetch only one record, then use the condition and give 1. Then it will return only the top one. Okay, so that way you can actually make it as a get only one record kind of condition in your SQL statements. You don't want to. Okay, so if you want to fetch from 5, offset is 2, then it will fetch from third record, okay, with 5 records. So you can actually limit one, offset 2 means you can get the third record, only one record, okay. That way you can actually use the limit function to get the nth row in that particular record, okay, in that particular record, okay. From third onwards we are fetching, okay, that way. Now we have another important topic, which is actually when you are going through MySQL, you will understand the joins, and the expectation is you are already familiar with the MySQL statements. So let us see. There are you can combine two rows from one, two or more tables based on the related columns by using the just join statement. Okay. So for example, users as a ID, name and address, and then products as ID and a name. Okay, so then products address, right? Favorite product is 154, right? These are the tables. These two tables can be combined by using the fav field and products ID. Okay, let us see this example and we will explain. Select star. So user dot name, as we mentioned, right? Select user dot name as user and product name as a favorite. That means user and favorite from users. Okay, and then inner join products on users dot fav equal to product dot fav and execute. Execute will remain same, but it all depends on your SQL inner join. So John, chocolate, Peter. So this actually, if you will not go in detail of inner outer join, okay, you can go to MySQL and understand this. Okay, understand the SQL statements. In this program, how do we actually execute, connect, connector? How to import the connect to the database, and then create a cursor, create an SQL statement, and execute and fetch all and display. Okay, that is all about. And for more SQL programming, I will have a separate session on MySQL. You can come back in my future sessions. Okay, thank you for joining, and if you like it, like, share and subscribe, and keep watching my videos. Hello all. Welcome back to my channel, and welcome to this Python programming for beginners video tutorial series. And in this video I am going to explain how to install a local web server with XAMPP and configure Python in the XAMPP server, Apache server, and we also do one sample testing in Python. So in the upcoming videos, I'm going to test Python in web server. So this is the beginning of the Python web programming. So to do that one, we need to install XMPP. So let us download for Windows. Since it is, so download XAMPP, right? So I've already downloaded. Click on this and download. So that will actually download. So I already downloaded Python and XAMPP. So first I will install XAMPP. Okay.
From ZipRecruiter.com, an RN, short registered nurse, works closely with doctors to provide patient care for illnesses and injuries.
So let us do the setup. Let us install. We need PHP admin, which is used to configure MySQL. Tomcat also it will install. So I'm going to install XAMPP in E drive. Okay, so that will be more useful for me. So I just clicked on install. Now I am installing. So it is unpacking and installing MySQL, PHP, and also it has a Perl. So let us wait till we need to install. In the meanwhile, we would like to install Python. So let us be ready with the Python. So where do we need to go? I will explain. Download Python for Windows. So here python.org, and then download the latest version of Python. I have already downloaded Python. So let us check if we can install Python in parallel. So let us use add python.exe path to path, and then use admin privileges, and then customize where do we want to install. So we want to install Python in e slash. This is the path I want to install. Okay. So that is fine. So let us install Python also together. So both are different packages, so both are getting installed. Meanwhile, let us configure Python path. In a systems variable. So this video will be a little bit slow, so please bear. Then so enable environment variables. So in the path, let us edit. Here we have old path actually. We have one, and also e colon slash Python is another one. So let us set this one, and let us see where are we on the Python. Oh, so Python is installed and it is working. So let us enable for this HTTP server. Ensure that while you are running, enable the port, and once your experiment is or programming exercise is complete, then stop the Python server, exam server. Okay, so this is working. Now let us see, setup has been completed. For example, we need to configure Python in exam. First, let us test exam. For that, we need to test whether exam, that is Apache server and MySQL, they are working or not. The servers are started or not. So by default, exam control panel will be started, but you can actually start control panel each time you want to run. So we need to start the Apache and MySQL. FileZilla Mercury may not be required now. Tomcat if you want to run as Java related programs, but now we are starting Apache. So Apache web server started on port 40 and 443. It is a security port. 80 is a non-secure port. But currently that is okay. We will run on 80 only because we don't have any SSL certificate installed. And also you can start MySQL. So now we need to configure we need to configure Python. So let us check add Python. So configure and then open the file. We need to add this at the end. Okay. So let us add at the end. Save it and close the file. Okay. So you can actually click this link for your benefit, or you can search and then we need to okay, I think SQL is not started. We will verify why it is. Um, we will try to port is already blocked, so let us actually run on 3007 port. Okay, so that it may be earlier installed and that port is still occupied. So SQL we will talk about. So we have considered we have installed. Let us test the browser. So XAMPP is working. Okay. Now What we need to do is we need to verify whether our sample program is working. So let us open. Let us use editor notepad and let us run a sample program. So this is the sample program. Let us copy and paste. Let us give the right path here. We have installed in e colon slash python, right? And we have not kept in 39, so python and python.exe. So this is the our program. So we have to save this program in which folder? That is in exam and htdocs. And let us create python folder, that is visible. Then let us save test1.py. So let us save this as a python file. Okay. So let us save this as a python file. So the meaning of this is we are actually sending context type, which is actually text or HTML, and then we are printing hello world. Python works. Okay. So now let us test whether this Python is working or not. HTTP. So 127.0.0.1 is the local server. Then Python is the folder and test1.py. Let us test. You right. So we have not restarted, right, Python. So let us restart it. Okay. So now let us test. See. So now it is working. Okay. So this is how we have configured Python. In the upcoming videos, we will configure MySQL and also we will run end-to-end my Python programming. Okay. Thank you. See, this one is what I need to change. Okay. So we are running the Python and MySQL in 3307 port. Now let us actually verify Python in myadmin, PHP myadmin, which will be opening the database UI. So here we can actually create databases, and we can go through all the steps, and we can actually edit, modify, delete records also. So that is all about the setup of XAMPP, MySQL, Apache, and Python, and configuring the Python. Thank you for watching. So if you like this video, like, share, subscribe, and keep coming back for watching more videos on Python web programming in the subsequent videos. Thank you. Welcome back to my tutorial, Python programming tutorial. In this tutorial, I am going to talk about Python MongoDB. Python can be used in database applications. One of the most popular NoSQL database is MongoDB. MongoDB stores data in JSON-like documents, which makes the database very flexible and scalable. To be able to experiment with the code example in this tutorial, you will need access to MongoDB database. So you can download MongoDB at mongodb.com, or you can right away start with the MongoDB cloud service at mongodb.com and Cloud Atlas. So Python needs MongoDB driver to access MongoDB database. In this tutorial, we will use the MongoDB driver pymongo, and we need to install that with the Python minus m or -m pip and install pymongo. So now, after downloading this MongoDB driver, so we can use the testing through our testing. But you can test through your applications by installing. But since W3 Schools provides inbuilt environment, we will use MongoDB test programs to test the MongoDB using the Python. So here we are using import pymongo, and then after that we will actually add the statements. In this, it has run this program, that is why there is no error it has shown. So let us actually go to the next step. So to create the database through Python, to create a Python database, Mongo database through Python, we need to use the statement mongo import pymongo and my client pymongo.mongo client, and then wherever the Mongo server is running. In this case, by default, MongoDB localhost 27017, and we are creating a database with the my client of. So we are getting the handle of MongoDB, right? And then if you add this my client of my database, then it will be a database. Okay, database would have been printed. Okay, so that is the first sample. So here, as we discussed, my database has been created. So now let us test. Let us test whether how many databases are there. Okay, so there is a statement called list database names. So we are importing pymongo and then my client, and we are connecting to the Mongo client with the server, and then we are printing my client dot list dot database name. So in background, actually I was installing, so it is installing. Just hold on. Okay, so that is the test run we have done. and then check if database exists. Okay, so DB list is the return of my client dot list database names, and if my database in DB list, then we are printing that database. So you need to know Python before writing the connecting to the MongoDB. So now how do we create the collection? Collection means set of records. So to create a collection, MongoDB is a user database object and specify the name of the collection you want to create. MongoDB will create the collection if it does not exist. It is like a JSON records, okay, with multiple records in the JSON object. Okay, so now my collection, this we are already familiar with this one. My collection equal to mydb of customers. Customers is the collection. We need to, if you want to check, you can check list collection names. So currently we have in the my database we have only customers collection, and customers collection we want to check if customers exist. You can return and then check customer exists also in the customers objects. So now we will insert name value pairs inside the customer object. So name and address, these are the two records we have in that JSON object. Okay, so now what happened is we are using that my collection. We got that we inserted PyMongo and then we connected to the Mongo client, and then we got that we connected to the database and we connected to the collection, and then we are insert one and my dictionary. Okay, so dictionary name value pairs we are actually using here. So here my collection insert one dictionary print x. Okay, the x is the object, right? Object created. Okay, so to fetch that it has a separate method we can use. So each object is created, it will have an ID created. Okay, so the dot inserted ID will be created for that particular record. So we can actually see what is that inserted ID also for each one. You see, this is the record which we are inserting, and we are fetching the inserted IDs. Okay, so these are the inserted IDs we are actually fetching. But let us see the meaningful. So this much of data is inserted. Okay, now we are inserting with the proper ID and then underscore ID. Then if you list earlier, we got some random and large numbers. Right now it will actually print the user defined IDs. You see, we are actually created a hyphen ID. These are the IDs: one, name and address, name, address, name, address. This is the dictionary, or which is actually converted into the JSON object. So we can actually search. We have inserted the records. Now we search, it will actually return one, the first record, right? If you keep find one, it will give one more. You see, the second one, you see, for every object in dot find print x. So it has printed all. Okay, so this is how you can fetch the records. So if you want to select only few fields, ID 0, name 1, address 1. So ID is not printed, name and address printed. Okay, you just keep 0. Okay, so that the corresponding results will be printed. You want to exclude only address, ID and name are printed. Okay. So accept ID, you should specify either name or address. Okay. Otherwise it will print in an error. You just go through this and then test it. You will find it. Python MongoDB query. Now we want to address equal to Parkland. I want to find my query. So matching to that query, how many do we want? Only one. So we can even use the regular expressions in the query, that is greater than. So there are a set of keywords are there in MongoDB, right? Greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Those queries we can use, okay, to fetch the uh, records. Find my query. So address greater than s. Okay. So greater than s symbol. Okay, we are going to get it. Address first letter. Okay. So similarly, filter with regular expressions. We can actually filter regular expression. Okay. Uh, Find that where address starts with the letter S. So this is the regular expression, and we want to actually print only starts with the S letter. Okay. So this has printed two records. So we can sort the records. Okay. So we are actually fetching and then sort based on name. Okay. See name in the ascending order, right? So descending, sort and minus one. If you give one, it will be ascending. It will give William and then A at the end, right? So come to W3 schools and experiment all these examples. Now, if you want to delete one with the respective address equal to mountain 21. So we are reporting PyMongo and then connecting, and then we have created the database and then my customers and then my query and then delete one. We are deleting one. It is deleted and listed the rest of the records. If you want delete many, add it here and then based on S, okay, with the records which starts with S and delete many, use delete many and give the query and all those records will be deleted. So there are two records that got deleted. Now if you want to delete all, then delete many and then give blank, then all the records are deleted. So for your experiments, come to this site and go through and practice these experiments and install MongoDB and PyMongo and then test it. So here we are dropping the customers collection. So use this my collection dot drop. So all the records and table are removed from the MongoDB. Okay. So now if you want to update the collection, so you can update with the exact my query and new values. If it is query which is mapping to this one, and then we are setting that value with the command set and address and new values. Okay, and then whatever those values will be reset. Okay, value 1 is reset with the KN 123. Where is that? Here? Yeah. That value was replaced with KN 123. So you can also replace based on the regular expression. So all the names with the regular expression, I want to change it to many. Okay, if you run it now, all that starts with S will be removed. Okay, removed and updated. Now you can use limit method to display the number of records. If you limit 5, okay, with that query, it will limit first to 5. Limit 1, it will. So based on the query, for example, there are 100 queries, 100 records are there, and with your query, you will get 10. Then you want to print only 5. So you can say that limit 5. Okay, so that will work. Okay, it will limit only the 5 records. So that is all about Python MongoDB programming. There are a lot of exercises in this Python Mongo. Come and do the exercises repeatedly for you to be familiar, and install MongoDB, and then install PyMongo in your local setup and Python, and do the experiments as you wish. If you need more sessions or more clarifications, do comment in the comment section, and I will come back with more explanation. And also, if you like this video, like, share, subscribe, and hello all, welcome back to my tutorial. In this video tutorial, I am going to talk about Git tutorial, how to use Git, and how to set up a repository, and how to check in files, and how to create a branch, etc. I'm using w3schools.com to learn our basics on Git. So let us start. This is a two video tutorial for Git, and in this first video we will talk about Git, and the second video we are going to talk about GitHub. And let us start. Git is a version control system, and what is the meaning of version control, right? When you are developing a project, or when you are doing it as a writing a code as a developer, you will write coding in a file, and you will save, and keep it in files, and it may be a single file or multiple files, and you will keep on developing the files. Okay, and then what will happen? One day you kept that file in your local laptop, and then you have written the entire code. Suddenly your laptop has crashed. For example, you have spent almost 2 weeks of work, and you have around 20 files, or or modified around 20 files, and you are ready to integrate into the main system. Now at this stage, your laptop has crashed. So what will happen? You will not be able to recover the files, and you will have to develop from the scratch, and it is not sure that you will get the same code, and you will have to spend again 2 weeks of time, and we will not have that much of time, because we will already have agreed for a timeline, and our release date might be coming, and customer may be chasing us for completing the development, and adding into the release plan, and completing the testing, and making it a production release. But with this incident, you will not be able to recover it, and then the entire release plan would actually jeopardize, right? So to avoid such instances, of course there are many other scenarios, but to avoid any such disasters or instances, we need to use a version control system, which will actually store the versions or the files into the common repository, and we need to ensure that the files are chucked into the repository every day, so that any untoward incident happens like this, the way we mentioned, right, laptop crash, we will not have any major impact, and the code will be in a repository, and we will able to check out once we get the new laptop. Okay, so this is one advantage, right? So that is what we are talking about. Git is a version control system. Git helps you keep track of code changes, and it can be a collaborative work. So that means if you need to work in a set of functions in a single file, and another person needs to work in another set of files or methods in a file, okay, and then with this version control system, you can merge and then make it as a common development in a later stage. But you can develop as individual, but later it can be merged and then make it as a common development after your individual testing is completed. So this is another advantage, with the Git. So earlier we had evolved from a CVS version control system to the SVN version control system, and Microsoft has its own Microsoft Source Safe version control system. Now Git has become a famous, and uh, yep, I think we will go to that slowly. So I have installed GitHub from the for the Windows, and we are going to use uh, Windows version. So I search it with Git for Windows download, and then I got this git-scm.com, right, the site which lists all the packages, but we are using 64-bit Git for Windows setup. We download it and then use the required settings, and we are able to install in that. So, and we are also get that shell, okay, the GitHub shell we have, right? We can actually do the commands and all those things here. Okay, so that is the setup part, but we are going to use the commands and examples mentioned in WP school, so to guide us to learn our GitHub. Okay, let us test the first commands. What is that? Let us test what is this hyphen version. So what is the version? So current latest downloaded version is git hyphen version is giving git version 2.45.2.windows.1. Okay, so you can get that through this command, and so let us go to the introduction. So Git and GitHub, right? Git is the local setup where you can actually have a repository, or you can check out, and you can work on it, and then you can check into the repository. GitHub is the global repository, and which is actually acquired by Microsoft, and you can use it to check in the projects, and work on the open source projects or your projects, and this is actually maintained by Microsoft. As I mentioned, it is used for tracking the changes, tracking the who made changes and code collaborations. So it will manage projects with repositories. As I mentioned, we can clone a project to a local copy and then work on it, make it as a staging, and then committing. And we can actually create a branch and work on it, and then merge that branch to the major. And then you can pull the latest version of the project to a local copy, pull local updates to the main project, or push local updates to the main project. Okay, so what we can do, we can initialize the git in a local repository. We will do that one. Then we can create a new hidden it will create a new hidden folder which is used to keep track of the changes, and then we can actually file is changed or added or deleted, we can it is considered as modified, and we can keep it in the stage, and then to the we can commit to make it to the permanent storage in the files in the repository. And you can also see the history based on the logs, and you can also retrieve based on the okay version, based on the version, right? So yeah, as you can see, GitHub is a you know used for worldwide developers to use on the open source, and to get it examples, to download it, experiment it, and okay, it's a hub for 70% of developers, and it you can download from anywhere and work on the project from anywhere. Okay, so you can also set up, right. GitHub is not same as Git is not the same as GitHub. GitHub makes tools that use the Git, right? Okay, and Git is the largest host of source code in the world, and has been owned by Microsoft since 2018. So in this tutorial we will talk about only Git, and in the next tutorial we will discuss about Git and GitHub and its following features. Okay, so let us start now. How to install? As I mentioned, I used git-sem.com. You can search it and download it, and then use as it is guided, and install it. It will install, and then a bash a shell will be available, and which you can utilize to get it. Now you can use uh, to configure the user IDs, right? Let us do that one. Okay, so git config hyphen global test2 user dot name user dot name test2. Now let us also configure the email ID, git config hyphen config user dot email. Since it is a test, I'm just using test2 dot test. I will use the same. Okay, so both users are so we have to give command, right? So, okay, so this is done. We have created user ID. So global means everybody in this computer will be able to use it. Okay, so now let us actually create the repository. Okay, so I have already created my project one, my project. So now let us actually do that. I'm already in my project one. So let us go back and then see mkdir project 2. Okay, this is the repository which we are going to do. Now let us go to the cd my project. So this is the repository we have. Okay, so let us actually check what is that. We are in a repository 2. Now what we are going to do, we need to initialize the git in local repository, right? Git init. Okay, so now we have initialized the repository. Okay, so let us actually check on creating the you know uh, or creating the new files and then adding into the repository. So I have created a file, and let us copy this file. Okay, let us copy this file and add this in my project too, right? That is the place we have created. This is my project to repository. Okay, so let us verify what happened. ls. See, test.html is the file. Okay, now let us go back. Okay, so this is the file we created. Now we wanted to actually add this into the repository, right? We want to add this into the repository. Okay, so we have seen what is the file. Now let us check what is this file. Git status. So untracked file, there will be a tracked and untracked. So this is not actually checked in, right, or added into the file. So we have two files. So this is a tracked file, nothing added. So we cannot do anything right now, right? So let us check what we need to do. Okay. So this is the staging environment. Before commit, if we add, then that is called the staging environment. So we are actually going to add this file, okay, into the repository. Now we added, right? Let us check. Git status. You see? So now let us verify if they want to add. So let us create a another file, readme.md. There is notepad. Here it is. Okay. So let us create a new file. Save as. Readme.md. Okay. And then let us create one more file, bluestyle.css. Okay. bluestyle.css. Okay, so we have created these files, and we are going to change it. Okay, now what happened? We have actually checked in the old file, but we are going to change this with the different data. Okay, there is a change. This is the change. So we have added styles here, right? Okay, so now let us see what is the status, right? So test.html is changed, and then we have actually untracked files called bluestyle.css, readme.md. Okay, so now we can use add -all. Okay, so this has added into the stage, right? If you check again, git status, okay, so it has not changed. Okay, changes to be committed, it has given what are the changes. Okay, now let us check this one. Okay, now what we need to do, it is not committed. So now what we are going to do is we are going to commit. That means we are going to permanently add into the repository. So we are going to commit, you know. So master, that is the master, and this has actually committed into the check git status, right? No branch master, nothing to commit, working tree clean. Okay. So minus m is a message, right? So when we make small changes using the staging environment seems like a waste of time. So you can directly, okay, change this directly into the system with the minus, okay, minus a. If you give a minus a, for example, let us change this one, okay, let us change this one and add it here. We are not actually using a add and then all those things are not required. If you are confident that it is going to be a it can go into the direct repository, right? So what you can do is we can actually do that with the minus commit minus a git commit minus a minus m, okay, updated index.html, sorry, test.html, ours is test, right? Test.html with a new line. This is the change it happened. So it will automatically commit without any without any staging. The file is committed. So but always remember not to do this one. You always need to go to the staging, review it, and then you can actually get that commit done. So another way we can actually check what are the changes done, we can actually give git log. Then it will give the files, okay, that are changed, when they are changed, right? All those things will be there. So we can actually use this command to see that people are, okay, committing it in a proper way, and then they are able to following the process. So there are set of commands on commit. So come to this video or pause it and then read it. Okay. So a lot of comments are there. Right. You can include specified files. Okay. Add specified files to index for commit. Only you can include only the files are minus a for all. Okay. Iteratively add changes. So a lot of commands are there. You can pause and review it and then understand the help command with the help command. Git help also you will get, and Git also has a set of commands. Diff, if you want to use, right, show the diff, git diff and the two files or version 1 version 2, you will actually get what is the difference between you know so if you see GC, it will actually clean up unnecessary, optimize the local repository, but you all understand the commands, okay, before using. So install, configure, and go through each command and then understand the usage of each command. I am going to talk about only the important commands in this tutorial. If you want a special video with all the commands to be explained, give you write in a comment so that I can explain you with the examples. Okay, so let us move forward. So now let us talk about branches. Now till now we have local repository, but we are directly working on. What will happen if you want to create a branch and work it on it, and multiple people are there, multiple branches can be created, and then they can work it, and later they can actually come back and then review it and then merge it, right? So that can be done. So you can do that through the branch. So let us do that. Let us create a branch. Okay, so git branch hello world hyphen images is the branch. Okay, and let us see what are the branches. See, there are two branches. One is hello world images and other one is master. Okay, So let us actually now, what do you want? We want to check out our, we want to check out the branch, right? We want to check out the main files into the branch. Okay, so we are in master now. So I use a tab and entire thing has come. Now we have checked out. Now let us move to the branch, right? Now branch we cannot use the CD. Okay, so let us do the changes in the main file, but we need to save this in a, let us do the changes. Okay, so we will save in the same file, but let us go through that. So I did the changes, right? Now let us save it. Okay, where is that? It is in the branch, right? Now let us see what is its status. Okay, this file is modified on branch. We are actually in a branch, so let us actually come back to this. Okay, it add, right? We are actually adding all. Okay, we have actually done into the staging. Let us let us check now what is the status. So it is modified, so it is not committed, right? We need to actually now do the commit. Okay, so this file is committed in a branch, right? We changed the branch, correct? Now let us see what we have. We have another file called image lol.jpg. Okay, so we don't have that, but let us actually create a file. Okay, with image lol.jpg. It is an image file, but since I'm actually working on text, let us actually keep it as a text currently. So don't worry, I'm just keeping as a text file, but it can be any file. Okay, so another file is created. Let us actually do that. Uh, Now we have, so we are actually checking out. So we have what we need to do. We have a we have to add the image file also. Let us commit that, right? We need to add, right? So let us add it and then let us commit added file. Okay, one more file is added. Now this is in the branch, right? Now let us move back to the major main branch, master branch. Okay, git checkout master. Okay. Now we switched. If you want to switch to the other one, you have to git checkout hello world. So we have checked out. That is a separate branch. Now let us go back. Git checkout master. Okay. Now you see here only 3 files were there, right? The other file was not there. Okay. So now what we need to do? So now we have 3 files. Is no longer there, and if we open this file HTML, we can see that code reverted to what it was before, right? Now I want to actually create an emergency fix. Okay, so what I need to do, I can actually create an emergency fix now with the -b option. Git checkout -b emergency fix. So it has created a new branch. So in our image branch there is a file, right, with the image, but in this we are going to actually fix some other data, okay, in this, because there is some emergency fix is there. Okay, now what is happening, I'm going to add this file. Okay, now if you see, right, repository has gone. Okay, because that is changed, correct. So this is changed, right? These files are changed. Now it is actually I actually fixed it because this is the different branch. Okay. Now what happened? It is in different branch, and I actually corrected with the emergency fix. Now what I will do? I just check what is the git status. Right? The test.html is modified. Now I am in a emergency branch. Now I'm going to add git add index add test.html. So this is done. Okay, so this is the emergency fix. Okay, so what we need to do, this we can actually do that in emergency fix, and we can actually work, okay, on that particular branch for emergency fix, and you can actually do some fix, and then you can release, but it is not committed. Okay, so you can actually, now let us go back, git checkout master. Okay, now switch it to the master, right? Now what happened, you see, switch it to the master. So now what we are going to do, we are going to merge that emergency. Git merge emergency. You see, because that is the modifier, it is showing that there is a change. Now we are actually merging. Already up to date. Okay, it is already merged. Okay, now both are same, right? Now we can actually delete the emergency. That fix is already gone into the main branch. Now we can delete that. Git branch -d emergency, because that is no longer required, right? Now what is happening, we have, what are the branches, we have hello world, images, and master, right? Now let us check out to our main our branch. right? So there is some data which is actually pending. Okay. So now what we need to do? It is already giving. Give it commit. It add all. Okay. Now it commit minus m added a new image. Right. That has a new image. Correct. One file uploaded. Correct. It was not there. Now let us go to the master and then merge. Hello world images. Now it is merged. Right. Now git status. Nothing to commit. Right. Okay. So this is how we have created the branch, we have created the merge, and we have committed, we have uploaded the file, we have we have changed the file, we have created the branch, we have created the emergency fix, we have done it, and then we have gone back, we have resolved the issues. Okay, so come back to this tutorial, and then you can read it multiple times and experiment it. Okay, so you will actually get all the files which are actually available. Okay, that is all about. Okay. So that is all about this tutorial, and thank you for watching. If you like it, you can actually comment, and we can discuss more contents. And in the next tutorial, I'm going to talk about GitHub. Okay, thank you. Tutorials. In this video, I am going to talk about GitHub, which is a second part of Git tutorial. If you have missed my previous tutorial on Git, uh, go back to my video playlist and then check for Git tutorial and go through the Git tutorial. In this video, I am going to talk about GitHub and how do we actually set up, use the repository, upload, download, check out, check in the files from the local repository to the main repository or GitHub repository. So for learning purpose and guiding purpose, I'm using w3schools.com as a base for us to go through the tutorial, and you also can come back to this channel, and you can watch my videos or go through this site and understand the concepts. So to start with, you need to have an account in a GitHub. So if you don't have, go to www.github.com and create an account. So let us start now. So I have my repository, and we are going to start with a new repository. So now I am with my repository, and then so I have many repositories, right? So repositories, and then I am creating a new repository. Okay, so let us actually give hello world 1. Okay, so this is the test repository for training, right? So let us actually create that. Okay, so now what we need to do, okay, so we need to actually create the files as part of our tutorials, right? What we will do is we will actually create the files as mentioned. If you have not done, you would have got all the setup done there. Okay, let us use that tutorial. I have installed Git in my local local Windows laptop, and then I am actually setting up git config. So I have already done. So let us use this. You can use git config hyphen config global, and the username is whatever username, user.name, and then give username, and then your email ID. So since I have already done it, I am ignoring this step, but you need to keep it. Then now let us test a project. Okay, so I am going to create new project, my project 5, because other projects I have already done experiments. So now I am going to the my project 5. Okay, here nothing is there. Now what I am going to do is I am going to add first of all we need to initialize the git, right? So let us initialize the git. So where am I? You are in my projects 5. So let us initialize the git. Okay, so I have initialized the git, and then let us check the next steps. Now let us add all the files what we have. So since I already created, let us save these files, okay, into our 5th repository, right? And then this file also. So you can go through the steps mentioned in the W3 tutorials. Then these files are available there, how to create the files. So I'm just copy pasting them and saving in our my project 5. Okay, and then the last one is a sample file. Okay, so don't worry about the contents and all, but focus on the flow. So we have saved 4 files in the local repository, right? Now we need to add, okay, git, if you see the right, git status. So there are 4 files which are untracked, so that means not added or checked into the repository. Now let us add all the files, git add minus all, so which will git add fn all will add all the files into the repository. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to commit, right, from the staging environment to the commit environment. Okay, now git commit -m. This is my first check-in commit of 4 files. So you need to give a meaningful message. What is this? I have to give a git command. So these 4 files are now checked into my project file. Okay, now let us come back. Okay, now we have created the repository of hello world 2. Okay, now what we are going to do is, we have to do the what to do we have to link our repository right to the local repository. So git remote add origin, then our github.com/ what is that? I have given my repository and then hello world 2, right? Check it. Hello world 1. Hello world 1. Okay, so this is the command we need to give in our git bash. Now it is adding into the origin, right? So now what is the next step? Let us now push our files what we have into the repository. Git push upstream master. Right? Okay. So now if you check in our repository whether we have the files, you see all the files are checked in just now. Okay, so all the files are checked in, okay, or uploaded into our repository from the local repository to the GitHub. Okay, that is good. Now we verified these are available. Now let us check how do we edit the code. Okay, so now we edit directly from the repository. We can do edit in the local as well as, so I am just removing, we are doing first change in the GitHub repository. Okay, now we are doing the commit change, right? Okay, so now this is the readme file which we have changed, correct? Let us verify. We have done the commit changes. Okay, now what happened in the remote repository? We have updated the file, but what happened? Let us check, what is the change. Okay, let us check what is the change. So now what we need to do, we have to, our local file is not up to date, right? If you see here, our test file is same, our readme file is same. It is not changed. It has a old data, but in the remote server we have a difference. So what we need to do, let us actually git master. Okay, but we have to, sorry, merge is already done. We have to actually pull it, right, and then we have to do that origin change. Okay, get pull origin. Okay, so now what is happening is, it is so readme file got changed, so it is giving, we have to only keep that file. Okay, we have now pulled it from the repository. Okay, now let us check what happens. You see, this is changed. Okay, so we have verified and that file has got changed. Now you can actually push the changes. Let us update. Now we are changing in the local file from Windows. Okay, so let us save it, and I mean, these are changes. If you want, you can follow this, but I'm going my way. So now let us commit that file. You see that file is changed. Okay, now git commit -m readme.m file is changed from local Windows system. Okay, so first we need to add, right, add all. Okay, then we need to do the commit. Okay, so that file got changed. Now what we need to do, we need to push this to the origin. Git push, we are pushing into the git server, right, or GitHub. Okay, now let us check what is the data in this is the one we have right now. If you go back and then open the readme, it has actually changed. You see, now this is uploaded into the server. So understand these commands, by heart these commands, these are very important, and then when you are working you can actually see that. Okay, so now we want to create a new branch. For example, let us create a new branch, right. Let us actually go to the branch. Here we have, right, we have branches. Now let us create, what is the child branch they want to create? HTML skeleton. Okay, so let us create HTML, right. What is the branch they are creating? LETO. HTML skeleton. Okay, so now we have a branch HTML skeleton. If you go and open it, all the files are copied from master branch to the HTML skeleton branch. Now what is the recommendation here? We need to update. Okay, so let us update in the readme. Let us update in the readme. Now I am getting changed from HTML skeleton branch. So we now let us do the commit changes. So we are actually doing the commit changes in our skeleton branch, right? We are in a HTML skeleton branch. Okay. So what we need to do, we have to actually change it back to the main branch. Okay. So what we need to do, let us verify. Let us go back to the main branch. Let us go back to the main branch and then check where are we. You see, there is a change. Now we can compare and then pull it, right? See, these are the changes which we have, right? Then we can actually create a pull request and then pull from the branch, to the main branch, and then we can actually, once there are no conflicts here, so which we can actually say that we merge all the conflicts, all the code changes, and we are merging. Now what is happening here, if you see, both main branch and sub branch has this is merged. Okay. Now let us go back to the main branch is committed. Okay. Now go back to the main branch, where is this hello world, and then check our readme file. See, I am now getting a changed from the HTML skeleton branch. Okay. So this is how you need to use the branches. Now let us, in our local repository it is different, right? Now let us pull it. There is a one file changed, correct? There is one file changed. If you see, okay, how many branches are there? If you see, git branch and git branch -a, which will give the remote branches also. Okay. So now what we need to do? Let us check out, git checkout HTML. Let us check out HTML ls. If you see that file, it should be up to date, right? We have already, So now let us see what are the branches. What is the current branch? Git branch. Okay, we are in the HTML. So now let us, let us push a branch to the GitHub. Can we do? Yes, of course. Let us create a branch, git checkout. Let us create a branch, update readme. Okay, this is the new branch. Okay, now we have, what will happen? We actually update, we will update. I am updating from new branch. Okay, what is that branch? Update readme. Okay, so this is the branch we have created. So now let us go through what we need to we need to add it, right? We need to add it. Git add -, all git commit -m in update readme branch added line in readme.l. Okay, let us commit. So now this file is committed, right? It is in the branch. Okay, so now let us push this branch to the GitHub. How many branches are there in GitHub right now? Our GitHub repository, master and HTML skeleton, right? Now let us push it. Git push origin update readme. Okay, this is the separate branch. Okay, so now this is updated. Let us try in this what has happened. You see there are update readme also has come here with the changes, and if you go here then it will say compare and update, right? It will ask for a compare and update. Okay, create pull request, and then it is checking for the merging, and then we are merging it, we are confirming. Now if you go and check our repository, where is the repository? In the readme, and also in master. So this has got changed. You see, this is also has updated. Okay, so that is the task. It has mentioned all these steps. Okay, we have done all those steps, and then we have compared and we have merged. Okay, so that is the concept of creating a new branch, make changes and add comments, open a pull request, review, deploy, merge, right? We have worked on making the changes and adding the commits. So, and open a pull request, so review it and deploy it, so, and also merge. So these are the concepts we have learned. And one more concept where you want to create a page in the GitHub. So what you need to do is you create a repository with you see .github.io, create that if it is available, and then push all the files. Okay, and then check, and a corresponding page must be available. You may need to have a privileges to create this. So that is all about GitHub tutorial. Hope you understand. If you need more information or more you want to review the tutorial, this is available on YouTube. Come back and go through the tutorials repeatedly for your understanding and practice. And come to w3schools.com. Also it has given a explanation in a simple and easy way, and this will be very much useful for the beginners and for learners. And if you like this video, please like and give your comment, and also join back for my upcoming videos. So I'm going to talk about other concepts in GitHub which are mentioned in this W3 tools. Thank you for watching. And also if you need any internship on the Python, PHP, or manual testing, or anything for internship, I have my site available, and you can actually reach out to me on my websites adrevu.com, and also I have a softrevu.com, and I have another website couponsnagar.com. and couponsnagar.in. So I have these 4 websites which are all dynamic pages which are running. Okay, so if you wanted to go through some internship, you are welcome to ping me, connect to me. Uh, it is mentioned here. Send a mail to this with your details. You can work on manual testing. You can work, I can guide you on testing tutorials, and you can actually do testing on set of softwares which is mentioned here, and then your name will be listed, and you will be given 10 to 20 softwares for review testing, and then your feedback on that particular software, and your name will be written on on the profile page of our software.com, which you can utilize to reference to your as an experience as an internship. Similarly, if you need Python, PHP, Golang, C++, uh, or digital marketing, you can come back to me for internship. And also, if you want to work on GitHub, I have developed a set of games and tutorials, games and my in VC++, C++. Those can be used as your base for your learning. I have developed NetChess, NetIO, NetRummy, Checkers, NetCheckers, Backgammon, card memory, word scramble, snakes ladders, NetMore snakes, and my charter. So if you want experience on these softwares which are developed in VC++, you can also join me. And also I am planning to start NetChess website and NetRummy website. If you wanted to be part of that development program, you can also contact me. My contact details are mentioned in this site, submit at adrev.com. So you can connect to me, and then I can guide you onto the next steps. So how do we actually work out on as an internship, either for 6 months, 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year internship is available. So if you want to get the internship or training, individual training, you can actually contact me. So thank you for watching, and keep coming back to my channel. And then if you like this video, like, share, comment, and subscribe. Thank you.
ఇక్కడ సైక్లోన్ హెచ్చరికలు జారీ చేశారు ప్రజెంట్. ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకుంటే
Ice flowers. This is పువ్వులు.
ఐస్లాండ్ పువ్వులు చూస్తున్నాను. నిప్పుడు కక్కకుండా రాకాసుకుండా గంధరబండ జలగండ అగ్నిపర్వతం ఎదురుగా ఎలాగుంది? కంపు కంపే, చాలా కంపు. తొలి భారతీయ యూట్యూబర్గా మంచుతో కప్పబడిన ఆర్కిటిక్ మహాసముద్రాన్ని ఉత్తర ధ్రువ పడవ ప్రయాణం యాత్ర వీడియోలు వచ్చే వారం రిలీజ్ చేయబోతున్నాను. ఇంటిల్లపాది కూర్చొని చూస్తారని కోరుకుంటూ సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను. ఇట్లు మీ ప్రపంచ యాత్రికుడు, నా అన్వేషణ, ఉత్తర ధ్రువం నుంచి. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఫ్రమ్
ఐస్లాండ్. నమస్తే బగుమారా.
బాగున్నారు అందరూ? సో మనం ఈరోజు అందరూ అంటున్నారు ఐస్లాండ్ ఐస్లాండ్ అంటున్నారు, ఐస్ ఏదని అంటున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ఆ ఐసే చూపించడానికి వచ్చాను. యాక్చువల్గా ఇది ఐస్లాండ్లోనే ఐసే ఉంటుంది, ఇంకేం ఉండదు. కాబట్టి ఎండాకాలం వల్ల ఐస్ అంతా కరిగిపోయింది. ఇప్పుడు మనం రాబోయే ప్రదేశాలన్నీ ఐస్. సో మొట్టమొదటి ప్రదేశం వచ్చేసి గ్లేషియర్ అనమాట. మీరు చూసుకుంటే ఈ గ్లేషియర్ అనేది మంచు దెబ్బలు మీరు ఆల్రెడీ కెనడాలో చూశారు, అంటార్టికాలో చూశారు, ఇప్పుడు చూస్తున్నారు. గ్లేషియర్స్ ఏంటంటే కొన్ని వేల సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఐస్ పడుతుంది కదా, అది ఉండిపోతుంది, మళ్ళీ ఐస్ పడుతుంది, ఉండిపోతుంది. అలాగా లేయర్స్గా పేరుకుపోయి అలాగా మీకు కనబడుతున్న ఆ గ్లేషియర్స్ తయారవుతాయి అన్నమాట.